is one of those cases where it's a little bit easier to just do the hard reset and start over from the beginning. So this imp battle, 5 imps. You can get 3 to 5 imps here. You're hoping really to see 3. There is a kind of a strange mechanic with this game though, where if it's a brand new disc that's basically never been played before, or if the very previous run you actually beat Chaos, then this battle here will be in the same spot and it will be 5 imps, but you'll get a preemptive, so you'll be able to yeah, so you'll be able to whatchamacallit, just run away from the imps right away there.
I am like completely sorry. I don't know what happened with this. I feel so terrible about this. I apologize to every single person watching this that this is totally unprofessional and bad. I don't know what happened. I was practicing this last night. I don't know where I went wrong, so I keep on going the wrong way and I just want to apologize.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, around the Canary area, there's a bunch of tiles that are basically no step tiles. It's kind of a unique area throughout the entire world map in the game. Most of the areas in the game, you know, if you're stepping somewhere, it's going to count as a step. For some reason, near Canaria, there's a bunch of tiles there where you can step on it and it doesn't actually count as a step. So we take advantage of that here in order to actually be able to force our way all the way to Temple of Fiends to get that fight against the ghoul as soon as you walk in.
Oh my god, I did it again. I think it's just gonna be faster to do it this way. I apologize. Which, can you just tell me quickly? I don't know what I'm messing up, I guess. What's Federico?
Yeah, so when you walk out to the left, at a Canaria, it's like you go all the way to the left, and then you go straight up, and then you go left 1, up 1, once you reach the ocean. And then you follow that around until you're right below the shadowed piece of the forest, and then you walk straight up. So when you do that, you actually get the encounter basically on the last tile of the forest, in this little mini forest that you're trying to get to, this little mini forest that you pass through on your way up to Temple of Fiends. And then from there, you just kind of continue straight up.
Oh, actually, so this is I don't really know what this is so embarrassing. This is like the most embarrassing moment of my I don't know what happened. I guess I'm just like beyond nervous.
No worries. I've done... How many runs of this did I do? I think I did like over 800 runs. I only completed, say, 15 or so. So 15, that was with the world record route. This game is tough. This is not an easy game. It's not an easy speed run to get through. So you are most likely to die and have to do a reset. But there's a not insignificant number of those resets were done because I messed up the walk on the way to Garland. So,
But
having to put in my entire team constantly, over and over for basically like a good hour or two, it was not my favorite experience, but it's definitely something that I have experienced. So.
like I know the rest of the route like back up and otherwise it's totally drained already. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm just gonna have you hold my hand like a little child right now. Take the embarrassment and we'll finish off the run. Yep,
All right.
here. Go all the way to the left. Go all the way up to the ocean. Left. One.
Yeah,
two.
left one step, and then up one step. Up
Then I
one
already
step. Maybe. Yeah, just keep going to the left and then run into the ocean again, and then go straight up. So you see how there's a little bit of shade in the forest there. No, like all the way to the left.
Okay, so
Basically, you just bonk into the ocean like 3-4 times. Yeah, like
Okay.
3 times. Yeah.
we'll just go again. We're just showing everyone the fun of Final Fantasy. You know, so we'll just this is 100% gonna be the run right here. I'm just gonna be the embarrassed talk of the marathon. We're gonna keep that H in there too, just for the fun of it. I'm gonna have a good time. We're gonna still raise some money for charity. I'm gonna have to make a donation after this. Okay, so let's go. So now we're gonna buy all these. Everyone definitely knows how they got rapiers, right? Everyone knows how to buy rapiers in KainDeschain. Everyone knows how to really get that part of the game. So I'm just gonna go super slow and just go where you say, and then once we get to the full fight, we are full.
All right. So equipping the weapons and armor again.
So all the way to the left. Yep. Now what?
All right. So now straight up until the ocean, right? You go bonk into the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then you take 1 step left and then 1 step up. All right, now you go left for like 5. So you see the first cutout where the forest is a little bit above. Basically the furthest, not the furthest left, but keep going 2 more to the left.
Right here.
2 more to the left. All right, no, keep going. And 1 more.
There we go. All right, now we got it. See now,
Yeah, there you go. Now straight up, and there you go. The last encounter, or the last tile there, you get the imps.
And now the embarrassment. Sorry, everyone. Like, I'm just definitely gonna get off mic now. But like I just want to say, probably the most embarrassing thing ever. But first, I want to get in.
Yep.
No problem. Sorry. Thanks.
All right, so now we hop into the ghoul fight. When you got 15 defense, this ghoul fight isn't really much. When you run the world record route and you have the black mage, it's not unheard of for the ghoul to actually one-shot the black mage, which gets very annoying. So that does happen sometimes. And now into the Garland fight. Garland has a little bit over 100 HP. Again, with 15 defense, he's not really too much of a threat. with this team. This is one of the good things about having red mages at this point. The red mages are able to wear the chainmail, and that gives them the 15 defense, which puts them in a pretty good spot to be able to be alive throughout the beginning of the game and get them to a point where you can maintain them being alive so that they're able to actually get the levels that they need to put them in a better spot to be able to survive fights. And there you go. So Garland's now taken out. Able to get to level 2. Getting some stat ups here. Good to see Link there got like 63 HP. So the fighter's over 60 HP, and then the red mage up to 53 and 55. So now we chat with the king. The king gives us the bridge that we're going to use to walk over to Provoca. And the princess gives us the loot. So if you've never played this game, and this loot here is actually a required item. The game doesn't really tell you that it's required, and you don't actually need it until you get to the final dungeon, which is kind of funny. So if you manage to get through the entire game without actually talking to the princess and receiving the loot, then you can get to the final dungeon. You end up caught in the area right after you fight the Phantom, and you can't progress further. I guess that's an example of this being what, Nintendo hard, I guess, where you just don't have enough information there. Alright, so now we're going to head over to Provoca. Provoca, we're going to pick up the ship. Got a little bit of a cutscene here.
You know, before I'm just like I'm so like gun shy right now. Is this where the skip is? I don't even want to mess up.
No, it's in the marshy area.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit below the marshy area. All right, so up 1, over 1, up 1.
Right up.
Yeah, right, and then up.
Yeah, like that's what I thought. It's like it's.
Yep.
And then like that's the last. That's absolute last.
There you go.
Like, I thought what it was, like, but
Nope, no worries. Doing fine. Yeah. So what we've done there is we've used a tent to skip an encounter. All right. So, Kane purchased 1 tent, and the way the game works here is that when you have the number of the way it keeps track of where you are in the encounters is through a table, right? So it's like you have X number of steps before you get into another encounter, and what encounters you're going to get are kept in a different table as well. So we know what those tables are, and we know how they work. So throughout this run, we actually take advantage of that in order to get into specific encounters and then avoid other encounters. So by using the tent there, you're able to skip an encounter that you don't want to take. A lot of the encounters that we're trying to skip in the beginning are ones that have a lot of enemies, right? So you'll notice the encounters that we do end up taking here. You're going to see a lot of single encounters with single enemies, like a single ogre, really. And get used to watching Kain fight ogres. We're going to be fighting ogres for a good portion of the next 20 minutes or so. So there's single enemies, sometimes double enemies. You might see, like, it's possible for 1 or 2 ogres to actually show up here. They only have 100 HP. Not really too difficult to take out at this point in the game. especially when you have a couple fighters and a couple red mages. So we took out one ogre down there. Now we're coming up. We're going to force another encounter. This one is, surprise, surprise, another ogre. So we're going to take this out. And then after that, we're finally going to get into Provoca and go fight the pirates. Doing some decent damage on this ogre here. Getting some decent hits in. Being able to tick him down a little bit faster. Making sure that he's keeping alive Link by trying to make sure he can use the cure spells on there. When we did return to Canaria, we did pick up a couple cure spells for the red mages. Going to use that in addition to potions to help keep our fighters alive. Now into the pirate battle. So we get 9 pirates here. The pirates only have like 8 defense or so. They're not particularly difficult to take out. You can actually take them out with a black mage and a knife. As long as you can hit them, they're gonna go down. Really, when you get into this battle, if you're on like a really competitive run, you're just hoping that the fighters and any attacks don't actually miss. That does happen a lot. It's best if you can just end the fight in 3 rounds as quickly as possible. And get on with the rest of the run there. And there you go. So that's the final pirate. And we're going to talk to BK, pick up the ship, and then we'll be able to sail places. Additionally, also picked up level 3 there. So that was why we took the extra ogre battles outside. Wanted to make sure we get level 3 before we head back outside to start the first of the numerous grinds throughout this game. Popping into the armor shop, picking up a couple of wooden shields for the fighters. So the wooden shields add a couple extra points of defense. Not really a lot, but you know, in the beginning of the game, you're trying to take whatever defense that you can actually get. In addition to that, picking up some tents there. So we'll use the tents to keep our team alive. When you use a tent, everybody in the party gets 30 HP recovered. And also use that to help skip some of the encounters as well. And finally going over to pick up the ice spell here. So while we were in Canaria, we could have picked up the fire spell, could have picked up the lit spell, we didn't. Those ones are a little bit weaker than the ice spell. The base damage for the ice spell is higher than the fire and the lit spell there. Alright, so now we're hopping onto the ship. We're using this to burn a couple of encounters. The enemies on the ocean are hard to hit. Like they have a much higher evasion score than the enemies on the ground or on the land there. So the shark battle is not like a terrible battle, but at this point in the game, it's kind of hard for your team to actually hit the shark. So it's a little bit easier if you're able to just skip those battles for now and wait until you're a little bit stronger and it's more likely for you to actually hit them. So then we walk all the way over to this one corner over here. So the way the game map is set up is that it divides areas into basically like encounter zones is usually how we call them. And encounter zones are well, we know what encounters we're going to get in each of the different zones, as long as we are going to get an encounter over there. And this 2 tiles over here in the lower right of this little area near Provoca are where we can get a bunch of extra ogre battles. So we're basically going to be bouncing around between 3 of the areas over here. We're going to force ourselves to get a number of ogre battles. Like I said, they give I talked about this a little bit earlier, but they give really good experience, and they give decent money too. So you are mostly poor for the beginning of the game. This game's a little odd in that respect. In the beginning of the game, you just never really have enough money unless you sit there and grind for a long time. And when you're using a couple fighters and a couple of red mages, you need a lot of money in order to buy better equipment, and you need the money to buy spells. So gotten 2 ogres in each of the first 2 battles, which is pretty good. Helping us get get leveled up a little bit more quickly. Yeah, red mages, even with the rapier, just do not do a lot of damage. They're just not a very strong character there, even at level 3. Alright, so he was in the 5-5 encounter zone. Now he's moved over to the 6-4 encounter zone, so this is where iguanas are. The iguana is kind of an annoying character, enemy, in my opinion. It's strangely strong. Like, I don't know why they made the iguanas this strong. But he's able to take it out pretty quickly. Get some more. Get some more experience. A little bit of money. They don't really pay out too well. None of the monsters in the beginning of the game really pay out too well, aside from the ogres and the Kaizoku? Yeah, the Kaizoku. So I know a lot of people have actually taken advantage of the fact that the Kaizoku pay out pretty well in the beginning of the game and use that to get a lot of extra money early on. Like I said in the beginning, or like I said a little while ago, so the game keeps track of what the next encounter is. If you do a hard reset, though, it actually puts you at the beginning of the encounter table, and that is something that Kain's going to do to, again, to help force what encounters that he wants to see. So, the very first encounter when you get on the boat after a hard reset is Kaizoku. So it's possible to go in, fight 1 to 5 Kaizokus. If you're looking for the money, you're hoping that you get 5, and be able to get a bunch of money that way. The marathon route actually doesn't fight any of the Kaizokus. The newer world record route that Chainzel worked on, I think I might have helped a little bit here and there as well. That one does fight Kaizokus. Fights them a couple times. It's not really the best battle because it's like, on the one hand, you want the money, so you want to see a bunch of Kaizokus. On the other hand, if you're fighting 5 Kaizokus, it's kind of annoying, so maybe you don't really want to see 5. So you're really just kind of hoping for like 3. So you get a decent amount of money and then a decent amount of a decent amount of money, but also able to get through the encounter relatively quickly. Alright, so one thing that you can see here that Kain's been doing as he's fighting the ogres here, especially when there's 2 of them, is he has 1 fighter attack 1 ogre, and then, he might put like a couple of the other characters on the other ogre, or the other target. This game does not have auto retargeting, so if you put all 4 of your characters on a single enemy, and you kill that enemy, it doesn't matter how many enemies are on the screen, you're just not going to hit them. I think a little while ago, Nikki Knoll was Nikki was running this game. It's kind of casual playthrough. It took a little while for her to actually see that. That was kind of interesting. I was like, hey, wait a second. How come I always miss here? It's like, oh yeah, the game doesn't auto retarget to the correct one. So, fighting more ogres. Always with the ogres in the beginning of the game. Ogres and iguanas. Gonna be able to use this to get better weapons, as well as another ice spell for, in this case, Cure, because the already has the ice spell. You can see here that when the ogres do hit, they actually do a decent amount of damage, even with 15 defense. So, he's hoping that the top character there will actually stay alive all the way through. Yep, got the tent there, help make sure he stays alive. Now I'll back up to go fight iguanas. Yeah, so the iguanas have 92 HP, so they have almost nearly as much HP as the ogre. And then they only give 153 experience, which is split 4 ways, so it's not really a lot of experience, and you only get 50 gold. Not my favorite fight. Whereas the ogres give 195 experience and 195 gold, so you're getting almost 200 experience out of an ogre, and the gold helps a lot here. It's been especially good in this round because Kain's been able to get a lot of double ogre battles, which has been really great. Great for money, pretty good for experience as well. You're hitting the third character. So there's a little strange thing about the way that the game works for the enemies. When the enemies target you, they have a 50% chance to hit the character that's on top. So, and then they have a 25% chance to hit the character that's in the second slot, and then they have a 1 out of 8 chance to hit either of the characters in the third or fourth slot there. So because of that, you always want your top character to have basically the best defense around, because he's the one who's most likely to be hit. Like I said, 50% chance of actually hitting the top character there. Of course, it's still possible for the enemies to hit the other characters, and yeah, sometimes they do. And sometimes they'll get the crit, and sometimes you just gotta reset because your mage has been killed, unfortunately. Alright, so like I said, so you picked up the ice spell there, so now we have 2 ice spells. Or we have ice spells on 2 characters. And then down here, go pick up the short sword. So, short sword is definitely an upgrade on the rapier. So the short sword has 9 attack power. Or the rapier has 9 attack power, the short sword has 15 attack power. Additionally, the hit percent for the rapier is only 5%, whereas for the short sword it's 10. So that's actually going to be really helpful once he gets to level 5. So the game keeps track of a value called the hit percent in the game, which is basically, and that counts how many attacks per round that you're going to get onto an enemy. So up until level 5, Kain is going to be basically getting 1 attack per round on each of the enemies. And then with the short sword, once he hits level 5, he'll actually start doing 2 attacks per round. And that is a big jump in the amount of damage that he'll be able to do to the enemies here. So we've done a hard reset, we've burned a few encounters, and we've taken advantage of the boat rides by burning the encounters, and now we're going to do another round of the ogres. So all the way back over to 5-5, fighting more of the ogres. We really do need these battles in order to get everybody in the team leveled up. If you only had 3 characters, you'd be the experience would be divided by 3 as opposed to 4 right now. But for this route, you really do need all 4 characters. You need the life spells when you hop into Temple of Fiends in order to really guarantee that you're going to be able to make it through the entire run there. So you got to make sure that the red mages are actually getting a decent amount of experience throughout the run. Also, Kain continues to get double ogres here, which is just amazing. I don't think I've seen this many double ogres in a while. It's good for experience, though, and good for money. So just take what the game gives you. There we go, another double ogre. Surprise, surprise. Gonna have some beefy characters on the way down to the Marsh Cave. The reason why we're taking all these ogres, though, is, and we're doing this grind, really, at this point, is we're trying to make sure that the mages are level 6 before you head down to the Marsh Cave. So once the mages are level 6, you actually get the Lit 2 casts of Lit 2, and we're going to use the casts of Lit 2 in order to take out the wizards. Wizards are very annoying in this game, and it's something you got to deal with. Alright, so you see here we get into a fight with a Groger. So the Groger has slightly more HP. It does give a bit more experience and a bit more gold than the regular ogres do, but they are a little bit tougher of an enemy. So yeah, so the gold, so they give like 300 gold and they give 280 experience or so. The HP values that they go up to is 132. They do hit a little bit harder. So you definitely want to take those guys out as quickly as possible. So he's using the fighters to take out the Groger, while the mages concentrate on the ogre down here. So he's able to use some spells to help take out the ogres, and that helps a bit as well. That ice spell did 74 on the ogre, which is pretty high, pretty high. So what a lot of later Final Fantasies, and even for the remakes of this, they incorporated the the intelligence value into how it calculates what damage the spells are going to do. In this game, they don't, so it's just completely random. So it has a range, and it doesn't matter who's doing the fighting or who's doing the spell casting. It's you're going to get some range of values. Good part about that ogre fight though was that it was able to get the fighters up to able to get everybody up to level 5, but especially the fighter. So now you can see they're doing 2 attacks per round, and one round there was able to take out the ogre. Top fighter doing like 52 damage, the other fighter doing around 40-ish. That one big hit with 67, 2 hits per round. So this is going to go a little bit more quickly with that extra attack per round, as we have a number of ogre battles remaining, also a couple iguana battles. But taking all these ogre battles over here, we'll be able to get up to level 6 a little bit more quickly. So the route does have some setup over near outside Elfland to take additional fights against ogres and maybe some grogers, and use those in order to really push you up above level 6. So when we get a lot of double ogre encounters over here, as Kain has been doing, it's like, what, the 5th straight double ogre battle there? Even the Groger ogre battle that he got into, there's, you know, you're always going to get the Groger, but the ogres, you might get 1 or you might get 2. It's like a 50-50 chance. He has been getting a lot of double ogre battles, so that should make the little mini grind that you do outside Elfland to push yourself above 6 a little bit more quick. And there you go, he finally did get a single ogre battle. About time. Now we hop into the iguana battle. Fighting these guys again. 2 attacks per round. Not really much of... not a very difficult fight at this point. Once you get those extra attacks per round, this game... these enemies in this area get a little bit easier. Or actually, they get a lot easier, really. I mean, you're basically doubling the amount of damage that your fighters are doing. So back over to the 5-5 zone, fighting these ogres. And you can see again, like, the big difference between the amount of damage that your fighters are doing versus what the red mages are doing. I mean, the red mages just, you know, one of the hits there from the red mages was only like 5 was only 5 damage, being able to take out on the ogre there. It's just not really a lot. Whereas you can see what the fighters are doing, you know, routinely getting over like 50 HP of damage on the ogres here. So the mages are helpful and they are necessary, but yeah, just necessary for their spells and helpful for their spells, not so much for their attack. They chip in a little bit, they help out a little bit, but not really a lot. There you go. Critical hit. So yeah, even at level 5, if the fighters get a critical hit, they're able to one-round a ogre. Alright, so now we only have a couple more fights in this area for this part of the grind. One iguana battle here, and then one more ogre battle. And then after that, we get to go do shopping. HP values for the fighters are looking pretty good. Using a cure there just to be sure. The second fighter was maybe a little bit down, so you don't really want to lose anybody at this early stage here. Got the preemptive attack on the ogre. Some decent damage rolls here. Should be able to take it out in one round, actually. Especially when one of your fighters does 82. Alright. So the second round of the ogre battles near Provoca is done. Head back into town. Like I said, we're going to do some shopping. Go pick up a bunch more tents so we can skip encounters and help generally stay alive. And start picking up some pure potions and some heal potions. You cannot buy multiple items when you're in the shops. So you have to buy all of these one at a time. You actually... so Kain is going to be spending a lot of time in shops, just buying tents, cabins, some pure potions. Buy a lot of pure potions early on, and then at a certain point you just don't get poisoned as much, so you might have to top it off a little bit. But the heal potions, going to be spending a lot of time just buying heal potions, just one at a time. The max number of heal potions that you can buy is 99, and yeah, if he's anything below that, it's going to have to spend a decent amount of time just buying one heal potion at a time in order to get all the way up to 99 heals. Could be doing that a couple times, especially later in the game. Alright, so hit the inn. The inn restores all of your HP as well as your spells as well. So now the red mages actually have their spells back. And head over to Elfland. Before we get there, go fight the shark battle. So it is possible for an Arsahag to show up here as well. The Arsahag gives a little bit extra money, but it's not really necessary in this run because of all of the double ogres that Kain has gotten. Alright, so fighting the shark there, able to take him out pretty quickly. With the extra attack per round, it's a lot easier to take out the shark. Now we're going to come over here, do a little bit of a mini grind in order to just force the team up over level 6. And we are back to the Groger Ogre battle. This is going to go a lot easier with the second attack per round that the short sword is giving us. And you can see the damage rolls for the ice spells came out pretty good on the ogre there, so able to take it out pretty quickly. And splitting up the team here, did some pretty decent damage to the Groger in the first round here. Taking out the ogre in one round there with just attacks and a pretty big hit there in order to take out the Groger. And there we go. So now we get up level 6. This will give the red mages the ability to use level 3 spells, and within level 3 is the ice spell, or the lit 2 spell, which is going to be very helpful when we go to fight the wizards. The wizards are strong against fire spells, and they are strong against ice spells, so they don't really do too much damage. And then with the lit spell, they're kind of neutral against that, so we take advantage of that in order to actually use the lit spell to take them out. So if they're hitting level 6, there's not really too much of, like, there's a bunch of other fights that you can go back and forth there. and grind. So if you are running this and you've gotten a lot fewer double ogre encounters, you might be bouncing around outside of Elfland in order to actually force yourself over to level 6, but there's like another 4 other fights that you can take. Again, just ogres, one Grover battle. Kain didn't need to do that, so now we're just gonna head our way over to Marsh Cave. Everybody's favorite dungeon. He did do another hard reset there as well, so we have forced ourselves back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. That first battle that we get is ogres, does take that. Again, gotta keep getting experience on these guys as much as possible. Make sure they have a decent amount of HP and the right spells necessary for when we go fight Lich. Level 6, pretty good. We're in pretty good shape in order to be able to take out the wizards. Along the way down to the Marsh Cave, we do have some extra ogre battles that we do keep taking as well. With the amount of damage that our fighters are doing and the extra attack per round, these fights are not particularly difficult or worrisome. Especially when one of your fighters gets a crit. As usually happens in this game, you get a crit when you don't really need the crit, but okay. Get the last encounter before heading into the Marsh Cave on the tile right next to the Marsh Cave. And again, double ogres. So on the way over here, you got 3 double ogre battles, which is just kind of amazing, actually. This has been kind of absurd with the amount of double ogres that Kain's had to fight. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Alright, so now we enter the Marsh Cave. We start seeing some bats, which will get in the way of our character as we try to move through the dungeons. Gets especially bad in the Earth Cave. Marsh Cave, not so bad, just kind of annoying sometimes. First encounter here is Mux. Mux can actually hit pretty hard. Being level 6, it's less of a problem than in the World Record route when Shinzo was level 4 coming through here. When for my run, I was level 5, so it wasn't as bad. Using the cure spell to make sure he stays alive. You can see the path that he took through that little room there, right? So for this game, when you're inside of a dungeon, the tile right below a door does not count as a step. The door itself does not count as a step. And the tile above the door inside of a room does not count as a step. Additionally, the lower level of tiles in a room also do not count as steps. So they don't increase the step count. So he takes advantage of that. So the route takes advantage of that a lot in order to kind of push back some of the encounters and kind of limit the number of encounters that you do get. So when you walk through that first room there, basically from the time that he was beneath the door all the way through into the ladder down to the next level of the dungeon, the step counter was actually not increasing at all. Alright, so now we hop into the Arbone battle. The Arbone hits kind of hard. The bones are really not much. And then the crawl. Yeah, so this is the crawl. So a lot of the early game monsters have multiple attacks per round. You can see the crawl there got 7 hits, and he did 7 damage. The crawl also has stun touch, which means that You know, if he hits you, there's a chance he's going to paralyze you. There's only a 1 out of 4 chance to actually get out of paralysis. So that fight was actually not great. That fight can go pretty badly sometimes if the crawl just hits you and you are not able to run away. At this stage of the game, running away from enemies is not the easiest thing to do. But he was able to finally get through that. So we're going to hop up into the next room, go pick up a couple items here. Getting iron armor, which is a big increase in defense for one of our fighters. The red mages cannot equip it. Also getting a house. So the house is like a cabin where it restores your HP, but it also restores your spells as well. And going to take advantage of that to get our spells back on the red mages here. So the chainmail has 15 defense. Putting the iron armor on increases the defense on the fighter up to 24. So we're getting like 9 extra defense just by putting the iron armor on. Using some heal potions here to be able to make sure that we have enough HP to get through this fight. You can have 2 to 4 wizards here. So at the minimum, you're going to have 2 wizards, but you can have up to 4. There's only 2 in this case, which is not bad. Double lit spell, able to take care of that fight pretty easily. If you're running the world record route, this fight can be especially tough. If you do it like Shane Zell and you're level 4, you're really only hoping for 2 wizards. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get through the fight at all. You can get up to level 5, and the Black Mage will have a cast of Lit too. At that point, again, you're still hoping for very few wizards, but you are also hoping for good damage rolls. So with the 2 Lit spells, able to take that out, take the wizards out pretty quickly. One of the rolls was actually really high, able to take out a wizard all by itself, and the damage from both the spells was able to take out the other one. Aside from the paralysis attacks that some of the enemies can do, other enemies in the Marsh Cave actually poison you. And you can see now that the order of the party has switched. This is something that the game does. It just automatically reorders your party whenever someone dies, is petrified, or is poisoned. It's actually really annoying. Kind of wish the game hadn't done that. But so after someone gets poisoned, generally you have to pause there, hop back into the menu, and just put everybody in the right spot. You really just don't want the red mages to be in front. There are a couple points where he will specifically put a red mage at the top of the party, but he's doing that again to take advantage of what I was talking about earlier with the first character being hit, having a 50% chance to actually be targeted by the enemy. So when we go to fight the Eye, he'll move one of the red mages up front so that the Eye will hopefully hit that one and keep the fighters alive. Alright, so we made it through Marsh Cave. Take a tent, burn a couple encounters there. Now we're going to head up to Astos. So within the game, ideally, like, you've talked to Astos, and Astos has said, hey, I'm missing my crown, go down to Marsh Cave and go pick it up, or go find it for me. So we've gone down to the Marsh Cave, we picked up the crown. We're going to head up to Astos, we're going to hand in the crown, and then he's going to reveal himself to be another boss there. Not really too difficult of a boss, as long as you have spells or fighters at a decent level. At the levels the fighters are, they're not really going to be doing a lot of damage to them, so really taking advantage of the spells here to take out Astos. And of course, along the way, Gonna get more ogre battles. Again with the double ogres. Trying to get more experience. Alright, doing a hard reset there in front of Astos. This helps set up basically the walk through the next portion of the game until you get outside of the Earth Cave. Hopping into the fight, the Astos has a death spell. Hoping he doesn't hit either of the mages. You kind of want the red mages to get all of the experience that you can early on in the game. Big critical hit there from the fighter, and then the fighter got hit with Rub, which is the instant death attack. Alright, so 50, 28, 26. Pretty good shape. The other fighter did not get the critical hit, and he only did 2 damage. So yeah, this is why you need spells at this early on to fight Astos. Alright, and that was a pretty good fight. Generally, you do expect that somebody is gonna die in that fight, but it's not really a big deal. As long as it's a fighter, it's not really anything to worry about. And now we're gonna head back to Elfland and continue on with a bunch of the early game fetch quests. So a lot of the early game here, you're not really advancing the story so much. You're just kind of running around taking care of a bunch of little fetch quests here and there. So it's like you go to the Marsh Cave, you get the crown. Go up to Astos and you get Matoya's glass eye. Then you go visit Matoya and you get the herb. And then with the herb, you go back to Elfland Castle there. And you finally get the Mystic Key. So just running around a little bit in order to get something that you actually need. Alright, so after using some tents to burn a couple of encounters on the way back to Elfland, revives Link there. Swaps back the party order to the right order. And go pick up the Fire 2 spell. So the Fire 2 spell is necessary here for fighting Lich. We're not really going to be too high of a level when we go to fight Lich, so your fighters aren't really going to be doing a lot of damage. The big damage dealer on Lich is going to be the mages with the Fire 2 spell. So definitely need to pick that up. Mages aren't really going to have a lot of casts of that when we go to fight Lich, but as long as you get decent damage rolls, should be able to take Lich out relatively easily in this route, the marathon route. Lich only has like 400 HP anyway. Alright, continuing to take a couple of fights here and there. Shark gives like a very similar experience to an ogre. It's basically a sea ogre when you go to fight it. So take advantage of that, pick up a little bit extra experience. Back to the imps. Running away from the imps. Sometimes it's more difficult than you really think it should be. So in the game, running away from enemies is broken. There is a lot of different features in the game that are broken. The major one that impacts is running away from enemies. And in the beginning of the game, it's actually kind of broken in favor of the enemies. Although once you hit like level 13, it's actually broken in your favor, which is actually really nice. So even though the imps are like relatively, weak enemies, like that's not really factored into whether or not your characters are going to be able to run away. So basically, there's supposed to be like a check against what level you are, what level the enemy is in order to be able to run away. But instead, the slot 1 character will actually check a status bite for the slot 3 character, and the slot 2 character will check a status bite for the slot 4 character. And then 3 and 4 are practically, comparing to random numbers, really. So that does make it a little bit difficult to run away early on. It's using... Yeah, actually, I forget off the top of my head which... Vitality? Luck. Oh, right, yeah. So it's comparing your luck, how much luck you have against a specific bite, or, it's comparing the amount of luck that you have against some number plus this, the specific bite. And if it's lower than that, you're not able to run away. In the beginning of the game, this comparison is really skewed against you because you don't really have a lot of luck. Once you get up to a certain level, around like level 13 or so, your luck value is high enough that you're just generally going to be able... The character in the first slot is generally going to be able to run away from basically any enemy formation, as long as it's runnable. This game does have a decent amount of unrunnable encounters. The route here is actually set up to avoid those as much as possible. A lot of those unrunnable encounters can be kind of nasty. But there are some that you basically don't really have a choice. You have to take. So far, every encounter that we've gotten into, aside from the boss battles, has been a runnable encounter. So Kain has been able to run away from them, but and in some cases he has run away from them. But in general, just kind of taking them to get the experience. So we've gotten the key, and now we start raiding a bunch of treasure chests. So we start by raiding some treasure chests in Elf Castle there. Picked up some items, most of which we're going to sell. Picked up a little bit of money, too. Always need money in the beginning of this game. We have a lot of items to go purchase. Alright, now we're going to head back to Canaria. Go pick up the TNT, which we're going to turn into the dwarves. And we are also going to do a lot more shopping. Boat. Heading up into town. Selling all of the weapons, as in the next portion of the game we're going to be picking up better weapons. So we don't need any of these. I'm going to use that money and a bunch of the other money that we've accumulated, especially from all of the double ogre battles. And we'll go buy a whole bunch of tents. So we have about 5,000 gold, which is pretty good. That's about where you want to be. And I'm going to buy a whole bunch of tents, which we're going to be using to skip additional encounters, buy some pure potions, and with a good portion of the money, we're going to be buying some heal potions. Alright, so as we watch Kain do a bunch of shopping here, a little bit about the charity. So today we are doing this, well, not today, but over the past few days, we've been doing this marathon to benefit the Child's Play charity. So the Child's Play charity is an organization. It's a game industry organization. Basically, it purchases toys and games to put into hospitals. So, giving the chance for children in hospitals to be able to play games with their families or with themselves to make those stays a little bit easier on them. You can check out the website for the Child's Play charity, and you can see some of the testimonials, and you can see some of the partners that they've or some of the organizations that they've partnered with. Got some pretty big organizations on there, like Google, Humble Bundle, and a lot of very game-centric studios and other companies there. So if you do have a chance, please donate to the cause. Trying to raise as much money as we can for them. Alright, so Kain is basically going through the rest of his money with heal potions. Trying to buy as many heal potions as we can. Not for the last time. We'll be doing this again later on. So we've used up all of our money doing a whole lot of shopping. And we're going to head into the castle and we're going to pick up a bunch of items, including the TNT. The TNT is the one thing that's required to actually get through the next part of the game. That'll open up the canal further to the west after we chat with the dwarves. Before we get there, though, picking up some additional chests here. Get the silver knife, gonna put that on the mages there, give them some weapon. Picking up the iron armor, so now both of our fighters will have iron armor. Getting an iron shield, which is a little bit of a improvement on the wood shield that we have currently on our top fighter. So wood shield only has only gives 2 defense. Iron shield, it doubles that all the way to 4. Okay, so we picked up the items from Canaria Castle. Now we're heading over to the Dwarf Cave, and we're going to pick up every chest. We're going to turn in the TNT so we get the canal. And picking up lots of money, picking up some additional equipment, including weapons, which we just don't have any of. Again, taking advantage of tents and burning a couple encounters here before we head into the Dwarf Cave. There's a couple chests up here. Going to pick those up. About 1,000 gold. Again, you're just very poor in the beginning of the game, so you got to do whatever you can to get as much money as possible. When you have 4 characters, that's another character that you have to buy equipment for, generally, so you really do need the extra money to help out a bit. Alright, and there we've given Nerek the TNT. He's used that to give us a canal. And with the Mystic Key that we've gotten from the Prince of Elfland, we're able to hop into this little area here and hit all of these treasure chests, including the silver armor, house, and like I said, a couple weapons. Now we're going to head out, and then we are going to go back to Elfland. we have another little mini grind that we're going to do. Where we return to Astos' castle to fight mummies. Before that, we have a bunch of encounters that we're going to burn. So in this battle, the Orsahag has shown up. It's not really too difficult there. Of an enemy, it doesn't really have a lot of HP, and it goes down pretty easily to Lit 2. So the Shark and the Orsahag here are actually weak to lightning attacks. The Lit 2 usually makes pretty good work of that. A lot of times you can actually just one-shot them. Okay, so before we go on, we're gonna head down to the weapon shop. I'm gonna sell the dragon sword and pick up a silver sword. Silver sword is a really strong weapon, especially for this point in the game. And it's so strong that in all of the remakes, it was actually removed from Elfland. They got rid of it, which kind of gives you a hint as to whether or not it should have been here in the first place. So the silver sword has 23 base attack power, whereas like the dragon sword that Kain just sold in order to purchase it only has 19. So it's got like 4 extra attack power. It does have the same hit percentage as the dragon sword. So spending a decent amount of money. It's not cheap. It's not a very cheap sword there. It is 4,000 gold, but selling the dragon sword pays for itself. So going to be using the silver sword for a little while here. Eventually we'll get better weapons, but for now the silver sword is basically the best sword that you can get until you start getting into like the next tier of magic weapons, like the ice sword and the flame sword. But we're not going to pick those up for a little while there. Alright, so we're back at Northwest Castle. We've taken a tent. I'm going to head over to this little area. Again, this is a key lock door, so you need the key in order to get in here. Picking up the power staff, which we're going to sell, the falchion, which we're actually going to use, and the iron gauntlet there. So rearranging the weapons and armor here. Putting the iron gear on the top fighter. Again, he's the fighter who's most likely to be hit. Putting the silver mail on one of the red mages. Silver mail is a little bit extra defense for the red mage. It's also like the only piece of non-bracelet armor that the red mage can use. Now we're going to fight the mummies. So the mummies only have like maybe like 80 HP. They're not particularly strong, but they do have the sleep attack there. And you're hoping that they don't put the red mage that's about to use Fire 2 to sleep. So in the first round, they did. And hope they don't do that in the second round. If you get put to sleep, as long as you're like above 80 HP or so, you're generally going to be able to wake back up immediately. So it's not like a case of when you get stunned in the when you get stunned or paralyzed In those cases, only 1 out of 4 to actually be able to come out of it. We're hoping to see more mummies. Basically as many mummies as possible in here so we can get the extra gold and the experience. A lot of the undead characters in this game pay out pretty well. So you don't really want to fight them because they can be difficult fights, but you kind of do want to fight them because if you're able to beat them, you actually get like a decent amount of money here. So that's what we're doing here. We're getting a little bit more experience in this little mini grind, and we are getting a decent amount of money. We did get 2 mummies in this round. Again, that's not really ideal. It's almost like when you're doing it, it almost feels like a waste of a fire too. But you know, we got 5 and we got 4 in the first 2, so it's okay. Generally, in this mini grind, you're gonna see like 20 to 25 mummies. Back to back with 2 mummies. So each mummy gives 300 gold and 300 experience that you're dividing 4 ways. So this helps us with our levels and money. Yeah, and they only have 80 experience. Like the most annoying part about the money battle is just, or the mummy battle is just that they have the sleep touch, which, you know, just kind of makes this fight a little bit more annoying there. So in the previous one, previous battle, there was only 2, so he didn't. Kain didn't bother using the fire 2. This one has 4, so taking advantage of the fire 2 now. Generally, the fire 2 will do enough damage to take him out in 1 hit. You know, you've seen a couple times there where it wasn't able to, but not really a big deal. Okay, so we've done that once. We've burned through all of the fire 2 spells that we have. So we're going to come out here, we're going to use a house. That gives back the spells. And we're going to use a tent. There you go, putting the response rate of 8 there. And we're going to head back into Astos' castle. So now we have all of our spells back, and we're basically going to do the same thing that we just did. There's a trap tile beneath 2 of these. Well, actually, there's a trap tile beneath all 3 of these chests. The ones on the left and right are mummies. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what the trap tile is for the other chest. It's not really something that I've had to deal with too much. But yeah, in this game, so we saw this when we went to go pick up the crown. The tile right before the chest, the chest that contains the crown in the marsh cave, is what we call trap tile chest, or trap tile. So, or I've seen other people refer to it as a spike tile. There's some specific tiles in the game that whenever you step on them, you're going to get a forced encounter. So we do take advantage of that a lot throughout this version of the game in order to fight specific enemies. So the wizards, we couldn't really avoid that just because we have to fight the wizards in order to get the crown. We were able to take advantage of that trap tile in order to get the battles with the mummies, and later on we're going to be taking advantage of other trap tiles in order to get additional levels on our team when we go to fight the Agamas. But before then, we have a lot of things to do. So we've come back, we've sold the power staff. The power staff sells for a pretty good amount of money, especially this early in the game. And now we are going to head over to Earth Cave. That is the canal that we just passed through. That was the canal that the TNT helped open up. We don't have to hop into Melmond. We can just head straight down to the Earth Cave here. Using the many tents that we purchased in Canaria in order to skip a bunch of encounters. Doing a hard reset there so that we get the correct encounters when we head in. And before we actually go deep into the dungeon here, we're going to head up to the top right of this first floor. We're going to pick up a chest. So the chest has more money. Again, we just always need money. We have a lot of things to buy. And along the way, we're going to be fighting some extra battles here. So taking a single bull battle there. There can be 2 bulls in that battle. And then we come down. This is an asp battle. This one, pretty wide range of the number of asps that can show up. Only 3, I think, is actually pretty good. Did actually poison one of the characters, but not really a big deal. They don't really hit that hard at this point. And again, I have to reshuffle the order. Heading into the room, the chest to the right, or the step to the tile to the right of this chest is an earth elemental. So again, another trap tile. So we're going to take this fight. They give a decent amount of experience at this point. And with a couple Fire 2 spells, it's not really too difficult to take out, especially once you got the silver sword there. So that pushed Link over level 8. So the other characters are already level 8. What we're trying to do here is just get to level 9 before we head down to go fight Lich. That'll give an extra cast of Fire 2 for the mages. And it's also really just giving everyone a chance to get additional HP. When we get to Lich battle, we'll talk about that a little bit more, but the fight can go very wrong very quickly. And actually, if you're running the world record route, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to get to Lich and then you're going to die. He is a very major blocker. So we've taken that fight a couple times, and now we're going to head back outside. Along the way, run into bulls again, and we're going to fight the bulls. Surprised it wasn't a double bull. Got so many double ogres. Just kind of expected the game to keep that up. Alright, so outside, used a house in order to get the spell charges back. Used a tent and then the hard reset. So whenever you see Kain use a house, he'll follow that up by using a tent. This is because there's a bug with houses. So the way it's supposed to work is, the house should give you back your spells and then saves the game. Instead, what the game does is it saves the game and then it gives you back your spells. So you have to actually save the game again in order to actually make sure that you keep your spells. So if you do like a reset after using a house without using a tent, and you go and you check your spells for the mages, you'll see they actually don't have any because of the order in which the house performs the save and the spell restoration. So now we're in the Earth Cave. I did talk about the bats a little bit in the Marsh Cave. I mentioned that they were going to be a lot worse than the Earth Cave, and yeah, you can see already. Bats are just not very fun. Constantly getting in your way. Alright, so now we get a fight with the gargoyles. Gargoyles are actually in the Marsh Cave. If you've played one of the remakes of Final Fantasy 1, like the PSP, GBA, or even the Pixel Remaster, pretty decent chance that you've run into gargoyles in the Marsh Cave, and there's a pretty good chance that those gargoyles actually killed you. They're not an easy enemy to fight when you're especially low level. At this point we have decent armor. The top fighter has complete iron gear. The second fighter has iron armor and some wood, I think a wood shield, wood helmet. So our gear is actually not terrible at this point, so fighting the gargoyles isn't really much of a concern. So we've gone into the room in the top right, picked up a few things, cabin, some money, but mainly we got the coral sword. So the coral sword's kind of a decent sword. It is a lot better than the falchion that the fighter was using. So replace that, give some extra damage. Now we head down to the third floor. This is where we're going to fight the vampire. Before then, we have a number of encounters to get through. Within a dungeon, you obviously can't skip any encounters. You have to take all of them, and you're just hoping to run away very quickly. A couple Groger battles early on. Just good to see. I mean, there's a lot of really nasty encounters in the Earth Cave. You can fight wizards, and you will fight. We actually will see a wizard battle coming up after the vampire. Those ones are actually unrunnable. So I'm going to have to take them. And aside from that, you can also find some cockatrices in here. The cockatrices have the stone touch, so they can petrify you. You don't really have any money at this point in the game, so we don't have any sulf potions. We don't pick up the sulf potions until a little bit later. You can also run into images here. Images, again, undead, have the stun touch attack. And you're just hoping to be able to run away from these guys as quickly as possible. Alright, so now we're going to fight the vampire. Making sure that we're all healed up before we go fight him. A couple Fire 2 spells. One of the fighters with a silver sword, the other one with a coral sword. Shouldn't really be too much of a problem. Although sometimes the vampire can punch one of your mages. If he gets a crit, it is possible for him to completely take him out. I think at one point I ran into a vampire. When I ran into the vampire in here, I think he did like 200 damage to my black mage. And like a week later, Chainzel ran into him. I think he did like 215 or something like that. It was just not a very good week for people running. They have Final Fantasy 1 no RNG Manip speed run and the vampire fight. Alright, so we got through the vampire fight pretty easily. We picked up the ruby there. Come back out, get into a fight with the wizards. I've seen people mention this when they talk about the game. So I thought it was kind of interesting. Like, the way the game is set up a lot in the early game is it kind of forces you to go back to the same area a couple times. There's a bunch of fetch quests, and in this case, like, they want you to get into the dungeon rather than making the dungeon like super long. Whether that was a technical limitation, a time limitation, I'm not really too sure. But they put an item in the dungeon that you need, that you then have to use outside of the dungeon in order to get another item that you use to progress in the dungeon. So we've picked up the ruby, and now we're gonna head outside. We're gonna use the ruby to get through the Titan and talk to Sarda. He'll give us the rod, which we'll use on that plate that you can see at the bottom of the screen. And using the rod on that plate will allow us to head down further into the dungeon to actually go take out Lich. We go check the status of his team, just kind of seeing where they're at, whether they're going to be able to get to level 9. Still has a couple more fights that he can take to be able to push us up over level 9, get the extra HP. That will definitely help when we go to fight Lich. Battle on the way out. Taking this one. This one is the double bull. Yeah, with these levels and these weapons, these fights are not really too difficult. Not very much of a worry. You can see there the bull is only getting a couple of hits on the fighter, only doing 2 damage, and that's not even the fighter with the iron gear. Alright, so there you go. So with that fight, the 1 fighter 2, and they're both red mages, have gotten up to level 9. The other fighter is behind again because it was taken out by Astos, so it didn't pick up the experience that Astos gives. 1 more encounter here. Wolf, werewolf. The werewolf can poison you. In that case, Kain was lucky to avoid getting poisoned. And that's it. No more encounters on the way out. Using a tent to avoid or to skip another encounter. I'm gonna head up here. Do a hard reset there. Put us back at the beginning of the encounter cycle. And we're going to walk over to Melmond. Melmond, we're going to use the inn, and that'll get us our spell charges back. Alright, so through the Titan's tunnel and chatting with Sorna, who's just hanging out in this cave by himself. The end of this peninsula. Holding onto rods that you can use to get through the Earth Cave. Just basically waiting for the Warriors of Light here to show up. Inside the tunnel, you can't skip any encounters. Otherwise, that Gerwolf battle would be really nice encounter to skip. You get a lot of them, and they have a decent chance to actually ambush you. And with the ambush, you can really be stuck there for a while, waiting for 7 attacks. Also, the way the game the way the game figures out who goes next, or what the turn order is, or between the enemies and the members of your team, is it basically builds a giant list of all the enemies, and then after the enemies, it puts in the members of your team, and then it just kind of tries to randomize that a bit. But because of the way that starts and the manner in which it does the randomization, it's actually way more likely that the enemies are going to get in their attacks before you. So there's a pretty decent chance that you can run into that Gerwolf battle. There'll be 7 of them. They'll get the ambush. You'll wait through the entire all 7 attacks, and then after that, you'll get in your run command in order to flee from the battle, and then you'll just have to sit there for all 7 attacks again because all of the enemies are going before you. So that can be kind of annoying, actually. But now we're back into the Earth Cave. Gonna head down to take out Lich. And a couple encounters here on this floor. This route and the world record route has, which uses basically the same, which uses the same route getting through the Earth Cave as the Arachnid battle, the Ass battle here. It's always an Arachnid battle on this floor. It doesn't matter which route you're using. Every time you pass through this floor, you're going to fight Arachnids. Really, at this stage, you're just hoping that you can run away pretty quickly and that you don't get poisoned too much. Got a couple poisons in there. Another Groger battle. This fight can have like 1 to 4 Grogers, and then have 1 to 2 ogres, I think. Oh, actually, you can have 0 to 4 grogers. There's a chance no grogers can actually show up in there. And we go into the image battle. The images ambush you, and they get a lot of stun touch on you. You can actually be caught in that battle. If you run this game a lot, there's a pretty good chance that you're gonna one day you're gonna lose a run to the image, one of the many image battles in the Earth Cave, just because they can keep everyone stunned and just eventually just wear down your defense or your HP and take you out. They don't really do a lot of damage with their attacks, but just the fact that they can keep you stunned and you only have a 1 out of 4 chance to get out of it, means that encounter can get pretty bad. Alright, another Groger Ogre battle. And we're finally going to make it onto the next floor. Using the rod there, open up the plate. And you can see here, he's moving back and forth right next to the stairs. So on this floor, this encounter is a troll battle. There's 2 trolls. You don't really want to fight it when there's 2 trolls. If there's 1, you might take it. Let's go hop back to the previous floor. Let's go force an encounter right here. This will be an encounter with images. If he was on the 4th floor and he got this encounter, it would be cockatrices. And the cockatrices have a decent ambush rate, and they have the stone touch. So that is not a battle that you really want to get into at this point. So this image battle is not the best, but it's better than the cockatrices, which can basically just end the run right there. And with 6 images and a couple of the fighters already paralyzed, Kain choosing to use the Fire 2 to take care of some of them. On the one hand, you don't really want to use the Fire 2 because you'd rather hold it on for Lich, but on the other hand, he still has 5 Fire 2 casts left, so he's in pretty good shape to be able to take out Lich. So burning one of them there to get through that encounter, which can get pretty bad, is probably the right thing to do. Alright, coming over here fighting a couple giants. A bunch of werewolves can show up, and you can have Grimps in here. It's actually a really high chance for this encounter here to ambush you as well. Battle. This time, Kain was able to get the preemptive fight on the trolls here. So taking advantage of that to be able to take out the trolls. They give decent experience and they give decent money. And again, if there's 2 things that we need right now, it's experience and money. Silver sword there doing some work. Alright, so now we're on to the final floor of the Earth Cave. We have 2 more encounters before we get into the Lich fight. The first one is images, again. Hope this bat up here is not in our way. Alright, good, he moved out of the way. Now we're gonna head down here. We hope another bat is not in our way. Alright, good. He's not in our way. We got a troll bull battle here. Gonna take this again. Extra money, extra experience. Taking out the troll first. Troll is a little bit more dangerous at this part of the game. Edge on the bulls there. Alright, so through that fight. Alright, and good. The bat is not in our way. So there's a chance that that bat can actually be in the little hallway in front of Lich's room here. If that happens, you have to wait for it to get out. And actually, if you go onto speedrun.com, if you watch Gyre's run that's on there, which was the first one that actually got under 3 hours for this game, there's a bat in the little hallway before the vampire, and it almost ends his run. All right, but anyway, now we're into Lich. So Lich actually started off with an attack. Usually, he has a pretty good chance to use Ice 2. If you run the world record route and you have a Black Mage, there's a pretty good chance that the Ice 2 is actually going to take you out. In this case, the Fire 2 rolls were actually really good on Lich there, and he was able to take him out. Take out Lich very quickly. Even got some help from the fighters there, doing some decent damage. Lich only has 400 HP. He's weak to fire, and that was about as good of a fight as you could hope. That was actually a really good fight. Lich is definitely a gatekeeper for this run. I've had countless numbers of pretty decent attempts that have gotten up to Lich and then died. Whether Lich just started out with the Ice 2 and took out my Black Mage, or the Black Mage survived, but the Fire 2 casts were very low and allowed Lich to stay alive for a while. There's a pretty good chance that if you're running this game seriously, eventually Lich is going to take you out, especially if you're using the world record route. With this one, with two casts of Fire 2, or two members of your party being able to use Fire 2, it's a little bit easier. I have a much better chance of being able to get through it. Alright, so we're done with the early part of the game there. Now we're going to head over to Crescent Lake. Going to do some more shopping. It's one of the reasons why we picked up all of the money that we've gotten. We're going to outfit our fighters with a lot better gear. We're going to move them up to silver gear. Gives a lot better... gives them a lot better absorb for the attacks. And we're also going to pick up some additional items. More cabins, maybe some more pure potions, and maybe some more heal potions. Skipping some encounters along the way. Those encounters are, I think, a couple of troll battles. So if you are down on money, you can actually take the troll battles there. Like, you don't really have to force yourself to skip every encounter. I think in my run, I might have taken them. Kind of forget, but yeah, it's not unheard of to actually take them. But these days, the world record route doesn't really get that many tents or cabins, and generally run away from those encounters. With only 1 or 2 trolls, it's not the worst thing in the world to run away from. up, selling all of our armor except for the iron armor and the silver armor on the, and the chainmail armor on cure. And I'm gonna pick up the silver shield, the silver helmet, and the silver gauntlet for the fighters. And we definitely need the extra armor there. Next two dungeons that we're going to head into are Ordeals and the Ice Cave. Ordeals can be pretty rough. One of the good things about this route is that it makes Ordeals a lot easier. There's a bunch of enemies in Ordeals that can really do a lot of damage. There's some Fire 2 throwing enemies in there. And at this stage of the game, like, you're not really in a good spot to be able to handle Fire 2. You don't have anything that lessens the damage of a fire spell, like one of the pieces of ice gear, like the ice armor or the ice shield or the ribbon. If you had any of that stuff, like getting through the ice or the Fire 2 would be a lot easier, but this stage of the game, you don't have access to any of that, so you don't really want to see any enemies with the Fire 2, and this route has been set up to basically avoid that. So we've gotten the canoe from the Circle of Old Men at Crescent Lake. Generally in the game, you're expected to now head over to Gurgu Volcano. If you do talk to one of the old men, one of them does mention, like, hey, you know, you might want to go check out the volcano there. It's on the canoe. Here's a canoe here. This is how you get there. Instead, we are going to head down to Ordeals. We're going to pick up the tail, which we're going to use to get class change. And once that's done, we're going to head over to Ice Cave. And we're going to pick up the floater so we can then get the airship. Along the way, we're going to pick up a bunch of chests. And in those chests, we're going to find some better gear. Like, we're going to be able to pick up a gold bracelet, ice sword, which is a really good weapon to pick up, as well as a Zeus gauntlet. Zeus gauntlet is one of the items that, when you use it in a battle, it actually casts a spell. In this case, it casts Lit 2. So that's really helpful. Kind of relieves a lot of the pressure for the mages. You don't really have a lot of spells in this game. The max number of spells that you can have at any one time is 8, and we're not going to get near the levels where we would have 8 spells for basically anything that does a decent amount of damage. Alright, so we're gonna fight this Whiz Mummy battle, taking advantage of the Fire 2s there to do some decent damage on the Whiz Mummy, and you hope it takes out the mummies. Good hit there by the fighter, able to take out the Whiz Mummy. And now just cleaning up the remaining mummies here. So this is a runnable encounter, but again, need levels, need money. Gonna keep taking the encounters. Going through the pillars. The path through the pillar puzzle here is basically to take the bottom pillar in every case. It's not really much of a puzzle once you figure it out. Before we get to the next pillar, though, run into the Zombles. The Zombles are an unrunnable encounter, and using up one of the fire spells to take them out. They are undead, and the fire spell does extra damage to him. Having said that, he then rolls a 50 something and a 80 something on his damage spells, so the joys of running this game and seeing some of the ridiculous amounts of damage that your fire spells do, especially when you need them to actually hit. Alright, through that fight. Now we're through the little maze area, and we're gonna head up. We're gonna run into the nightmares. This is a trap tile right here. You get 1 to 2 nightmares. There's 2 of them, so skip it. The nightmares are actually really hard to hit, so it gets kind of annoying. Picking up the heal staff, and then there's a little cutout there that actually in the remix was removed, so you can actually pick up the heal staff and then skip the trap tile there. So you only have to fight the nightmares once. And over here getting into a battle with the mummy and whiz mummy. This is the last encounter in this dungeon, which again is just really great the way that this has been routed, just avoiding all of these really, really nasty enemies that are in here. You can get the gargoyles, which do fire too. You can get the catman or man-cat, whichever one is in here. I forget, but yeah, those ones also do the fire too. They start off with fire too. In the remakes, generally, the first spell that they use is the fire spell. Makes it a little bit easier. Alright, coming down here, picking up the Zeus Gauntlet, picking up a house, and a couple more chests with money. I'm gonna go put the gold bracelet on and then putting the Zeus Gauntlet and this. Putting the Zeus Gauntlet on Cure. Moving some of the weapons around. Giving a pretty decent upgrade for the red mage there, from the silver sword up to the coral sword, and getting the ice sword. Picking up a tail. This is what is required to get class change. And on the way out, another trap tile. So this is the zombie D's. Got a couple fire 2 spells. The zombie D's can actually hit pretty hard, and they do have the chance to stun you. So yeah, sometimes this can be a pretty bad fight, but going okay so far. Taking out one of them, and there goes the other. And that's gotten everybody up to level 10. A decent amount of experience there, which really helps. Especially as we're about to head into Ice Cave, so we want as much HP as possible. Keep getting those levels. Alright, run into the Sphinx there. Could have burned that encounter, but it's only a Sphinx. Not really a big deal. There's only one of them, able to get away pretty quickly. So now we're heading back to the boat. Go sail up to Elfland. Talked earlier about the Earth Cave and how we're avoiding some of the cockatrice fights in there. When we head into the Ice Cave, we have to actually get into an encounter with cockatrices. So we're gonna head up to Elfland, go do a little bit more shopping, go pick up some more spells, and also gonna pick up some Sulph potions. Help make sure that we can actually get through Ice Cave. Visit Elfland a lot. You can see the soft potions here, 800 gold. They are very pricey, which is one of the main reasons why I'm trying to avoid the cockatrices in the Earth Cave. Alright, so now we're in the level 4 magic shop, picking up a couple of spells here. So we're getting the fast spell and the ice 2 spell. The ice 2 spell obviously for damage, and we're picking up the fast spell. The fast spell is basically the only buffing spell that works in this game. So there's 3 buffing spells which, you know, improve the so there's 3 spells in the game which improve the amount of damage that your party can actually do to the enemies, right? So there's the fast spell, the temper spell, and there's saber. Saber can only really be cast on yourself, so it's not really that helpful. Although if you do pick up the power glove, you can use that as an item, and it does cast saber. So the power glove is actually pretty helpful. The saber spell itself, when you buy it standalone, is not very helpful, unless you really want to buff Black Mage. But in the NES version, the temper and the saber spells are broken, and they don't really work at all. So the fast spell does work. So what the fast spell does is it doubles the amount of attacks that you can do, right? So rather than 1 attack per round, you'll be able to get 2 attacks per round. If you have 4 attacks per round, it'll give you the chance to get 8 attacks per round. Some enemies, including Chaos, do have slow, and that reduces the number of attacks per round that you can get by 1. So if you are not fasted, it reduces it by 1 level. So if you're at your base level and you get slowed, you'll now only be able to do 1 attack per round. If you're fasted, it just drops you back down to the base level. So we definitely need the fast spells in order to get through some of the bosses, especially for like Kraken, Tiamat, and a bunch of the refights in Temple of Fiends. Not really so much Lich, the Lich refight. The mages will be petrified for that fight anyway, so. But we'll get there later. So, burning some encounters on the way over to Ice Cave. Now, doing a hard reset, the first 3 encounters heading into the Ice Cave are wizards with cockatrices. We're going to avoid 2 of them. We can't really avoid the 3rd one. We have to take that one, and we just hope that the cockatrices don't ambush us and petrify everybody in the party. Every once in a while you can get a preemptive fight here, which is really what you want to see. He's having Cure use the Zeus Gauntlet. That will generally take out the cockatrices in 1 hit, so that's usually a pretty good move in order to help make sure that you get through that fight. But before he even had a chance to use it, one of the fighters went, and one of the other characters was able to run away. Then we get into the Wraith battle. The Wraiths are kind of a terrible enemy. They hit really hard, and the preemptive there helps a lot to be able to run away pretty quickly. Now we get more of the undead. This is an image Wraith battle, although in this case there's only images. So again, he's having Cure use the Zeus Gauntlet. It is possible for the Zeus Gauntlet to one-shot one of these guys. You want to do that so that the limit or reduce the number of images that are actually have the ability to hit you. And again, they have the stun attack, stun touch. and one of the images was actually able to get the stun touch off on one of the fighters, but one of the other characters was able to run away. So again, this one also an image wraith battle. This time one of the wraiths did show up, using the Zeus Gauntlet there to get rid of a couple of the images and still running away. Really just using the Zeus Gauntlet there to help ensure that we're able to run away rather than take out the enemies. We're trying to reduce the number of enemies. Don't really expect to defeat every enemy in that battle, but you're just trying to make sure that you get through the battle, so it can be pretty rough there. Fire 2 spell there, help take out the Frost Wolf. Frost Wolf has a frost attack, which does a decent amount of damage at this stage. Heading in here, this is the central chest there in the middle is the floater. We can't reach it from all of these holes all around. But in the back left, we can pick up the Flame Sword. So Flame Sword is a little bit of a improvement upon the Coral Sword there. And we hit the drop down, Wraiths, lots and lots of Wraiths, and some Geists. Geists have multiple attacks per round, also have Stun Touch. This is not really a great setup for this encounter. This battle here can get pretty ugly, and being able to run away from that was actually really good. Alright, so heading down, whenever he walks over the lightly colored tiles here, he takes ice damage. We'll see that again to much greater effect in the volcano. But whenever he's walking on those tiles, he actually cannot get into an encounter. So, in here a little bit, but especially in the volcano, you try to take as many of those tiles as possible. Alright, back into the Frost Giant Frost Wolf fight. This is another unrunnable fight, so he has no choice but to take it. The Frost Wolves that can show up is 0 to 2, and in this case, 0 showed up. First one of them showed up. You're really hoping that 0 show up. Alright, so now we're coming down here, we're going to hit these chests. This is a lot of money, except for the top right. The top right chest doesn't really have that much money. I forget how much it has, but it's like maybe 1,000 or so. And it also has a trap tile right in front of it. And that trap tile is some variable number of Frost Wolves. So if you do hit that trap tile, the Frost Wolves are able to get off a lot of the Frost attacks, there's a pretty decent chance you're not getting out of that battle. So coming out, getting into the Wraith battle, able to get away pretty quickly. Only 3 Wraiths, it's good to see. One more Frost Giant Frost Wolf battle. Again, no Frost Wolves. Using the Zeus Gauntlet there rather than the Silver Knife for the fighter, or for the Red Mage Cure. Zeus Gauntlet is probably going to do a bit more damage than the Silver Knife is at this point for that Red Mage. And there we go. So we've gotten through the 3 Frost Giant Frost Wolf battles that you have to fight in the Ice Cave. And we're going to head up to the next floor. An encounter here with Arbones. We ran into Arbones in the Marsh Cave. At this stage of the game, they're a lot less of a threat. In the Marsh Cave, you have your defense is a lot lower, so they can actually do some decent damage. Here you got, the fighters have like all silver gear except for the iron armor, so they're in pretty good shape to be able to stand up to the attacks from the Arbones. Mages less so, but that's generally going to be the case throughout the entire run. Alright, in here, a couple chests up at the top. More money. Always need money. Picking up a tent. And the Ice Shield. Ice Shield is a big help. both from a defense upgrade as well as something which I'll talk about a little bit later. So the Ice Shield actually has like 12 defense, whereas the Silver Shield has 4. So now we get into the eye. In the remakes, you see a lot of people actually grind here for the eye. You do it especially in like the PSP speedrun. And with the crit attack from the top fighter, that was a pretty easy eye fight, actually. The eye's first like 3 spells are basically can one-shot one of your characters. It does have Quad X. It's got one of the Glare or Glance, one or the other. Something that one-shots one of your characters. And it can also petrify you. So to be able to get through that fight with everybody alive is actually pretty good. Alright, so one of the advantages of the Ice Shield is actually that it protects against the stun attacks. When undead enemy go to... when there's the check on whether the stun attack actually hits you from an undead enemy, for some reason it comes in as a fire element, and because the Ice Shield is strong against fire attacks, it actually lessens greatly whether or not whether the stun attack is actually going to proc onto you. So that's one of the reasons that we get the Ice Shield for the top character. So that's the one that's most likely to be hit. It's also the one who has the best chance to run away at this stage of the game. And making sure that that guy has the Ice Shield helps ensure that we're able to get through that attack, or these encounters here with the undead. Alright, and there you go. So that was the last encounter in the Ice Cave. That was actually a pretty good Ice Cave. Not too many Frost Wolves. There was only 1 Frost Wolf out of the 3 fights. The eye fight went about as great as the eye fight can go. Some of the other battles didn't run into too many of the wraiths. Able to get through the undead battles pretty well. Each of those undead battles can actually just basically end your run. Doesn't matter which one. All of the undead battles in the Ice Cave are kind of terrible, so being able to get through that with everybody alive and everybody in pretty good shape, didn't even really have to use up too many resources. If you do run this game a lot, there's probably a good chance that one day you're going to run through the Ice Cave and just use up nearly all of your heal potions, but Kain was able to get through it without burning too many of his heal potions, so it was pretty great. Alright, so now we've gotten the floater. The floater allows us to get the airship. So we're going to head over to the desert south of Crescent Lake. Going to go pick up the airship. And the very first thing we're going to do is go get class change. A little bit more sailing. You can enter the rivers from the boat by using the canoe into the desert there, and there our airship appears. Let's go head west until we run into Marsh Cave, and then head south, and that'll south or north, it doesn't matter, and that'll put us right near Bahamut's Island. And we get to walk the very long corridors all the way down to Bahamut. Promotes the fighters to warriors and the red mages to red wizards. So the promotion helps out in some way, kind of a decent amount. It gives the fighters the opportunity to start learning spells, but they only learn spells beginning at level 15, and right now we're like level 10, so not really going to learn spells for a while. and even by the end, we're only really going to have a couple casts of the spells that they pick up. It will be a little bit helpful, though. We're going to pick up the Cure and Cure 2 for the fighters, and that'll... Oh, and Ruse. Well... Actually, do we get Cure 1? No, we don't get Cure 1 on the fighters, just get Ruse. The Ruse will help us get through the Kraken 2 battle, which is probably the worst fight in the game, actually. But, so the fighters will be able to get spells. They don't get spell charges until level 15, and then it's 15, 17, 19, and 21, where they can actually get the spells. They can also use some weapons that, as fighters, they're not able to use. An example of that would be like the defense sword, which we'll pick up pretty soon. And they can use better armor as well. So there's a lot of opal gear, there's the dragon armor, and there's the Aegis shield, which you have to be a warrior to actually pick up. So after doing the class change, pop in here, put the Ruse spell on everybody. Heading over to the item shop. We'll go shopping for heal potions. You definitely need to be at max heal potions before we head down into Gurgu Volcano. Talked about this a bit in the ice cave, but whenever you step on a damaged tile in this game, it's impossible to get an encounter. And take a little bit of advantage of that in the ice cave. There's not really too much advantage that you can actually take in the ice cave. There's basically one spot that you have to walk over, the ice damage tile. But when we get into Gurgu Volcano, we're going to take advantage of that a lot. So we're going to take a kind of an odd walking pattern, but it will force us over the lava tiles constantly. And by doing that, we really limit the number of encounters that we're going to get in Gurgu Volcano. So, really helps out a lot. So there's actually only like 4 random encounters that you get into in Gurgu Volcano, just because we take so many of the lava tiles. But every step that we take on those lava tiles does damage to us, 1 point of damage, and because of that we have to max out our heal potions before we head down. This is another of the many heal potion grinds in this game. If you use up a lot of heal potions, you can actually lose a lot of time trying to recover them in this game when you're doing the speed run, especially once you come out of Tiamat. And then there's like one final heal potion grind that you got to do. If you have to buy a lot, you can. It's really a decent amount of time that you can lose. Just trying to refill everything before you head into Temple of Fiends for the final dungeon. Alright, so maxed out on heal potions. Now we're going to head up to the White Magic level 3 shop, and we're going to pick up Cure 2. Again, just a bit of extra curing that the fighters can help with, that will help limit the number of heal potions that we need to go and purchase there. Alright, so we got our heal potions, we got some spells, we got a class change. Now, I'm going to head down into Gurgu Volcano. use up the rest of the cabin so that the heal potions are in the bottom left. Gonna burn one encounter here. Do the reset. And now we do the dive. So really take a look at the walking pattern that Kain is going to do. You see he's going to walk in front of doors as much as possible and taking steps onto the lava as much as possible, following the lava as much as he can. This is one of the encounters that you get into, the R Hydra battle here. R Hydra does have an AoE fire-based spell, so it can actually take you out. I have actually died to that R Hydra. I haven't actually died. Really, my Black Mage died. It got hit really hard by that fire spell that the R Hydra does, and it killed him. Not really a big deal. It's not really like a huge time loss. You've done a hard reset, basically right before you've hopped into this dungeon, so it's pretty easy just to get back to that point. Again, just following the lava tiles as much as possible. Step counter is not increasing. All right. Now, we are following the path to the upper left. So the upper left room, treasure room here, actually has some decent treasure. So we're going to pick up another ice sword, which helps. We're going to use that to replace the flame sword, move the flame sword down to the red mage. There is an encounter with a gray worm here. It's not really too difficult of an encounter. Although when you only have 1 HP, it can be pretty dangerous. Also picking up a flame shield and obviously more money. Gonna heal up a bit before you head out. Not gonna bother to heal up Cure. We're gonna do an Agama grind here. And we're only gonna really grind up 3 of the characters. The 4th character, Cure, we're just gonna let him die. We want the experience from the Agamas to go onto the 2 fighters and the remaining red mage as much as possible. And one of the ogres here has helped us out a bit by taking out Cure, so we don't have to worry about moving or readjusting the order for the characters and putting him in front and taking off his armor and things like that. So good to go. All right, so these 2 tiles right here are back-to-back encounter trap tiles, and both trap tiles have the Agama. So it's one single enemy. As much as possible, this game really, or this route really tries to fight single enemies, and the Agama is weak to ice, so be able to use spells for like a little bit, and it gives a lot of experience and a decent amount of money. So we will grind on the Agamas until we are, I think it's level 16, but I have it in my notes as level 16, but it's been a while since I've actually run this version of the route. And there you go. Able to take out the Agama 1 round. Everyone gets 824. Now we get level 11 for a couple of the characters, including one of the fighters. The fighters getting level 11 when they have the ice sword is really great, because the that gives us a third attack per round. So you can see in 2's attack there that he was able to get 3 attacks off. So it's basically like a 50% increase in the amount of damage that 2 will actually be able to do. And once the other fighter gets level 11 as well, he'll also be getting that third attack per round. So there you go, there's Link at level 11. So this is based off of the hit percentage. So if you go and you check the status in the menu, you'll see this value hit percentage, and it represents, you know, your base hit percentage plus whatever you've gotten on level ups. The value for the hit percentage for warriors goes up by 3 every level, and then on top of that, you also get an increase to the hit percentage based off of what weapon you're using. So between the base value that the fighter starts with, which I think is 15. Let me see what that was. Hit percentage? No, so it starts out at 10, right? And then you get 3 per every level. By the time you get to level 11, you've gone up 3 per level, so 10. So 10, yeah, so 10 levels, 3 per level. So now you're at a hit percentage of 40, plus the Ice Sword, which gives 25% increase to your hit percentage. So it's basically just adding 25, really. So that'll give you a total hit percentage of 65. And the number of hits that a given character will get on the enemy is that value of the hit percentage divided by 32. And then it dumps any remainder. And that's the increase in the number of hits that you're going to get. So it's basically that value of, so 65 divided by 32 is 2 plus 1, and that's the total number of hits that the character will be able to do. Doesn't guarantee that the character will always do that. You know, each of the enemies does have an evasion score, so there is a chance that they can avoid you, but Agama's not really with the best evasion score, so generally you're going to do 3 attacks per round. So with the 2 fighters, each able to do up to 3 attacks per round, kind of breeze through these Agama battles. And yeah, we're just going to be fighting Agamas for a very long time. Using this as the main way to get levels on our fighters, our remaining living characters, as well as money. Always money. For much of this game, you are very poor. And then you reach a point where you actually don't need any money. It's like a switch is flipped. It's like, oh, all right. Yeah, good old money. Don't need any more money. Alright, so while Kain is fighting a bunch of Agamas, use this chance to plug the charity. So this event, Link to the Cure, is benefiting the Child's Play charity. So Child's Play is a game industry charity dedicated to improving the lives of children and teens in children's hospitals around the world. Currently it has a network of over 180 children's hospitals worldwide. In addition, it also services domestic violence shelters across the United States. So it's in about 200 domestic violence shelters. So there's a couple different ways to support it. If you want, you can just go directly to their site and use, they have an Amazon wish list program, so you can purchase items that are on the wish list, and they will be sent directly to the hospital. Additionally, you can donate. And by donating, the proceeds from this charity marathon will be given directly to Child's Play to help them in their quest to help improve the lives of children in hospitals, as children staying in a hospital is not a very pleasant experience for them. But by giving them the chance to be able to play some games, it does help improve their stay in the hospital. Additionally, you can check out their website to see some more information, including some testimonials about some of the experience that some of the children who have taken advantage of the program in the hospitals have been able to enjoy. So as Kain is grinding through these agamas, improving his levels, take this opportunity to talk about the composition for the team. So in this, the marathon route, the marathon safe route, we use 2 fighters and 2 red mages. So why do we use this team setup there? Well, so some of the other party members that we could use. There's 6 different types of characters that you can use in this game, right? So there's the thief, which we don't use just because really bad at melee. As a thief, it's kind of terrible. Doesn't really get too much HP. It should be able to help with running, but because running is bugged in the game, it doesn't really help that much. So the thief is out. They're just not very helpful. The black belt actually does a lot of damage in melee, but unfortunately you got to be a really high level in order for the black belt to actually be helpful. You have to get like kind of a lot of attacks per round before the black belt actually starts doing some serious damage. And he doesn't really get to the point where he's good in a fight until maybe like level 20, and it's a little bit too much work to get the black belt up that high before you in the speed run itself. White mage would help a lot with healing, but has no melee powers, not really going to do any damage, and no real offensive spells. Like, it can use the harm spells on the undead, but it's not really that helpful. And while there is decent healing there, the red mage can handle some of the healing. The other option is to use black mage, but the black mage just has, it does have really good magic, especially the level 2 spells that it can pick up at level 3 and level 4. Level 3 magic and level 4 magic. Has really bad HP growth. So I talked earlier about fighting Lich. The world record route these days for this category, the black mage is like level 7, so it's generally around 100 HP. So you're hoping that your 100 HP black mage survives in Ice 2, which is just not very likely. So, additionally, the magic doesn't really help that much later on in the game. The further on in the game that you get, the more important just having a melee character is. Also, the black mage doesn't help at all with healing. So we use a couple of fighters here. They're really good at melee. They get a lot of HP. They also get really good weapons and armor, especially the armor. The armor really helps a lot, just being able to put like the best gear that we can on the fighters really helps them stay alive. The HP growth is actually really great as well. You can see now, like, they're already over 350 HP, and we're not really very high level, even at the moment. So these are really going to be the damage dealers. So you have 2 fighters, because with the buffing spells like Temper and Saber broken, you really need a couple attackers to be able to take down the bosses in Temple of Fiends. Red mages you pick up because they have a decent HP for a spellcaster. They not terrible on melee. Like, you know, the one red mage is has a flame sword right now, so it's doing some decent damage to the Agama, chipping in a little bit when necessary. They get decent magic. They get their spells a little bit later than like a white mage or a black mage would generally. Like we had to get to level 6 in order to get the lit 2 spell, whereas like the black mage would pick up lit 2 at level 5, allowing us to dive into the Marsh Cave a little bit earlier. But they are able to pick up those spells, and they can get the life spell, which when we do the dive into Temple of Fiends to go take out Chaos is really going to be necessary. Making that dive without a revive spell is definitely dangerous. And if you run the world record route, you'll see, you know, you could lose a lot of runs just because your black mage dies or one of your fighters dies to some pretty much random encounter. So having a life spell for the both red mages will help alleviate that being a problem. So this is why we picked those two up. We have Dan dead here so that the experience is shunted onto the 3 remaining characters, and that'll help the 3 characters get up to level 16 and put them in good shape to be strong enough to finish the actual game. So by the time we finish the game, we should be like level 18 or 19 on the fighters. So the mages will, and the one red mage should be about the same, and the cure, or the damned character, as he's dead now, not really going to be that high level, but he's not really going to contribute that much anyway. And maybe just having him as like an extra person to have the life spell in Temple of Fiends, just in case basically the other red mage gets killed. Alright, so just coming along, fighting the Agamas. Gotten up to level 15. When you're in the world record route, you're doing this with one character, just the fighter. You get the black mage up to like level 12, 12 and a half, really, and then you kill him off. The other fighter you've already killed off. So doing this with 3 characters alive, you don't go as high. Like when you're only doing this with one character, you'll push for level 17. But with 3 characters alive, you're splitting the experience pool 3 ways rather than 1 way. And we're only going to get up to level 16 before we move on to go fight Carrie. Experience required to level up your characters in this game is very exponential until you reach about level 28 or 29, basically the late 20s and into 30. Then it just levels out, and it's about the same no matter what level. So starting from level 30, every level requires the same amount of experience to get the level up. So in the beginning of the game, going from level 2 to 4 is actually pretty quick. You don't really need that much experience to get up to level 4. And then after that, it starts jumping up a lot. And yeah, so you see that growth of needing more and more experience to get up a level throughout basically this entire run. But we have finally reached the level that we're going to reach. Got the top fighter at level, or at 400 HP, the other one at 396. A little bit of healing. There's one encounter that we get. Some bulls. Run away from that, heal up, and then we fight Carrie. Alright. So, the Red Mage has one cast of fast, so I'm going to use that to increase the number of attacks per round that one of our fighters can do. They did do 3 each for about 80 damage each. Now Link should be able to do up to 6 attacks per round. There's only one cast of fast, so 2 is only ever going to do up to 3 attacks per round. But you can see there, 6 attacks with a crit, so doing 260 damage. Decent amount of damage on carry. With this party and this setup, it's not really too dangerous of a fight. When you only have one character, it can get a little bit more dangerous, but yep, able to take care of carry. So carry's done. We've lit 2 orbs now. And we are out of Gurgu Volcano. So now we have to go handle a bit, like a few more fetch quests. Gotta go run around a little bit more. Before we do that though, we're gonna pick up our damned character. Gonna pick up Cure there. So he gets revived. Hopefully he stays alive throughout the rest of the game. We'll see though. Alright, so I've got my characters back. I head up to Melmond, and we are going to pick up a Warp. So Warp is a travel spell which pushes you back like 1 floor or 1 area. So we're going to get it on both the Red Mages. The Red Wizards, they actually need to be promoted to Wizards before they can buy that. They cannot purchase it as Red Mages. Same thing with the Black Mage. The Black Mage can't purchase that either, so it needs to be a Black Wizard. Alright, so I haven't picked up Warp. We're going to head over here to the Oasis. In the NES, you can land directly on top of the Oasis. Just bounce and then head into the shop. All the remakes that got fixed, so you actually have to land on some grass tile and then walk over. With the bottle, we are going to turn the bottle in, and this will give us the Oxio, which will let us get into the Sea Shrine. Before we do that, though, we're going to swing into the armor shop. I'm going to sell off the silver shields that we don't need anymore. I'm going to buy pro rings. So the pro rings give 8 defense, which is pretty good, but they also give death resistance as well. So there's a few death attacks that the Pro Ring really helps protect against. So we only pick up 3 of them. One of the fighters just maintains the silver gauntlet. Later on, that fighter's going to have a ribbon, so it's not really a big deal that it doesn't have the Pro Ring. Ribbon has basically the same... it protects against the same statuses that the Pro Ring protects against. And that fighter instead will have, I believe it's an opal gauntlet, so that'll give it that fighter the extra defense as well. Alright, so we've popped the bottle, and we talk to the fairy. The fairy gives us the Oxyel. Back on the ship, gonna head over to the other landmass up here in the north. Gonna park. Alright, so there's a town right there. We could enter the town, but before we do that, we're gonna head up to the waterfall. So it makes it lines up the encounters that you get in the next dungeon a little bit easier. So before we enter that town and head down into the waterfall, or head down into the sea shrine, gonna head to the waterfall here. The waterfall has a required item, the cube, and there's also some other items that we can pick up, like the defense sword, which will increase when the fighters attacks, give them a better weapon. There's also 1 ribbon up here, and there's also some money, which is good. Still need money. Mainly the money now, though, is just to buy like houses and cabins and things like that. Maybe some more some more spells later on, but we're getting soon. We are quickly approaching the point where we just don't need any money anymore. So there's a few encounters that we're gonna get in here. The Whiz Mummy battle. The first one didn't really have too many mummies. Didn't really have too many enemies at all, so kind of skipped it. Didn't really need it. Basically, the encounters that we're going to take now are going to be encounters that give us a lot of bang for the buck in terms of experience and gold and things like that. So this one has a decent amount of money and then a couple whiz mummies, so we will take this one. Gets cure up to level 11 as well. So he'll still be grabbing some additional levels as we continue. Gonna definitely need him to have enough levels to get the life spell and have at least 1 cast of it. Still don't want to take nightmares, so we're gonna skip them. Another mummy whiz mummy battle. 5 mummies, 1 whiz mummy. It's a decent battle to take. So now just cleaning up the mummies there. Lit 2 from the Zeus Gauntlet helps out a lot. The mummies aren't weak to it, but they're not strong against lightning spells, so that helps a bit there. Now we get to see if we're going to see out of bounds bat. There's a bat in this game that for some reason starts on tile between like inbounds and out of bounds, and if it goes one direction it stays out of bounds, and you can actually see it right here. If it goes the other direction, it kind of goes inbounds and you don't end up seeing it. So we were not able to see the out of bounds bat. This first tile here is a trap tile, so it's a Wiz Mummy Mummy battle. You can also see some birds in here. In the remakes of this game, they actually changed around how this tile gets populated. So instead of the Wiz Mummy, so instead of starting with the Wiz Mummies, it actually starts with the birds. So in the remakes in general, you don't really see too many of the Wiz Mummies and Mummies because the birds have already basically filled up all 9 spots. So using the fire 2, one of the mages was petrified there. Able to take care of some of the other enemies to let us run away. So we do have the soft potion, so use the soft potion to get him unpetrified. Some robot gives us the cube. Pick up the ribbon, more money, and the defense sword. On one of the red mages. I think that ribbon should be on the other red mage. So we've picked up the cube, which we actually don't even really need in the Sea Shrine. We do need it later in order to get through Mirage Tower and Sky Castle. So you need a chime from the Lufania to get into Mirage Tower, and you need the cube to get into Sky Castle. You need it anyway, but by going up there and taking care of that, it aligns the encounters that we're going to get in the Sea Shrine a little bit better. So that's why we go take care of it now. Trying to avoid a lot of the unrunnable encounters. There are a lot of unrunnable encounters in the Sea Shrine. So you can run into the Wiz Sahag Arsahag, which we will run into. You can run into the Water Elemental, which we will run into, and there is also the Ghost Battle. So the Ghost Battle is undead. That's the one that we actually that this route does some of the weird stuff that you've seen with burning encounters in order to avoid. Don't really want to get into battles with the ghosts in here. They are undead, so they are weak to fire too, but they have a decent amount of HP, and they hit like a truck. They're very, very difficult. They hit very, very hard, so a lot of the route has been set up to avoid getting into encounters with them. Sea snakes aren't that bad. You can take them. They actually give decent experience. They weak to lit 2, weak to lightning attacks, but they have a decent amount of HP, so even with one lightning attack, you're generally not going to take them out. So it can be kind of an annoying fight. Like if you have a really mage-heavy party composition, then just having everybody do like a lit 2 is pretty good. But all right, now we get into the water elemental battle, so this is unrunnable. These guys are weak to ice, which is why you see see Kain using ice for the mages there. All right, and only 2 of them. So I think this battle can be 1 to 3. You definitely don't want to see 3. The waters, they hit decently hard, and you just don't want to be taking that damage there. Alright, so onto the mermaid floor. We picked up the opal bracelet, so this will be the main defense item, the main armor for one of the mages. The fighters will be getting some other armor to use that's even better than the opal bracelet. And in here we are going to get opal gauntlet and the opal helmet. We also pick up the slab. The slab is another fetch quest that we have to do. That one we have to go to Melmond, where we learn how to read Lufanish, and then we go to Lufania, and they will give us the chime that allows us to get into Mirage Tower. Rearranging the inventory a bit there, putting the opal bracelet on one of the red mages, getting rid of the silver armor, as the gold bracelet has better protect against the silver armor, and use one of the warp spells in order to come back to this floor. Into a battle with the Gershark. Gershark actually gives pretty good experience here. So I've seen a couple of them. Not really too hard to take out. They are weak to lightning. They do hit decently hard, but yeah, we can take them out pretty easily. And just trying to get more and more levels on basically everybody. Alright, so now we're walking to the top part of this floor. Top part of this floor has the opal armor, which we are going to pick up as we try to get our fighters into pretty good shape, armor-wise. Before that, though, we run into another unrunnable encounter, this Wizhag battle. The Gershark battle is runnable, but because it's kind of relatively easy to take out and gives good experience, you often see people take it. This one you have no choice, you have to actually fight this. But again, with a couple lit spells, not really that hard. The Arsahags don't really have a lot of HP. Wizhags, they have a bit more HP, which is why you use the fighters to actually fight them. So, picked up the opal armor. Put that on the top fighter. Don't need the iron armor anymore, so we can drop that. And no warp spells. Alright, so we're out of warp spells. So we're going to walk back. So generally what you usually do there is you use the warp spell to go back up to the previous floor. So we're not able to do that. So instead we're just going to walk back out. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of extra encounters that we're going to run into as we do the walk out. This could be interesting. I'm not really too sure what encounters we're gonna run into. Fingers crossed we don't run into any ghosts. But that is possible. There's a lot of ghosts in this game. So far we've only run into Gershark, which has been pretty good, especially for getting additional experience and money. Alright, so now we're back up to this floor. And Kain is going to head outside. Before we get that far, another encounter with the Wizzahags. Again, this is an unrunnable encounter, so we have to take it. Putting Lit 2 out there makes pretty quick work of these enemies. Alright, so go head back to the inn, get the spell charges back, get everybody healed up 100%. Do the hard reset there. I'm going to burn off some encounters before we go back into the Sea Shrine. Alright, so now we're heading back into the Sea Shrine. This time we're going to head down the other side to go fight Kraken. Actually, before he's doing that, though, he's basically retracing the path down that he took the first time. Right, so by doing this, he puts himself back on the step route, so he knows which encounters he's going to get. There'll be a little bit of variability in terms of what encounters he would get without doing this. So this is something that kind of makes it a little bit easier to get through the rest of the dungeon. Right, so now because he's hit the inn, he has 2 casts of warp on the red mage, the stronger red mage. So he'll be able to use both of those warp casts to get through. Yeah, so he'll be able to use both of those warp casts now. So that way, when he gets back up to the main floor, he knows exactly where he's going to be in the encounter cycle and kind of and be able to continue the rest of this dungeon dive. Walking back over to the chest where he picked up the opal armor. It's another Wiz-Sahag Arsahag battle. And then once he gets up to the chest with the opal armor, that's when he'll use the warp. And that'll put him back on the step route. We go. So then we get the Shark battle. Don't really need to take it. We've taken a bunch of extra encounters. Basically an extra wizard encounter, extra Arsahag encounter from doing the walk. Took a bunch of Shark battles when he had to walk out. So we are pretty good on experience. The shark battle, when there's only one shark, it's not really that worth it to take that battle. The shark's not really going to contribute that much. Yeah, it's not really going to contribute that much to your experience. When you get a double shark battle, though, you know, this is a pretty good experience. So it's worth it to take this battle here. On to the next floor. Sea troll with some sea snakes in there. You can see he's taking steps in front of doors. So, as I mentioned before, those are no encounter tiles, so not increasing the step count at all. He's also going to take the walk inside of rooms, covering the bottom as much as possible. So you can see down here, he turned south as quickly as he could, so he can reach the bottom and save some steps that way. So in this room, there is another ribbon. So we do pick up all 3 ribbons in the game. Ribbons just give great protection against basically a lot of the spells that the enemies could throw at you, including some of them being like death spells specifically. So, do everything we can to pick up the ribbons. They only give 1 defense, but they really make up for the 1 defense just by the elemental protection that they provide. Alright, so we got in the second ribbon. Now we're going to head down to Kraken's floor. Still have a few more encounters that we're going to run into. Just run away from them. Lobsters hit surprisingly hard, and they also can poison you. When you run this game a lot, I think in all versions, you learn to hate the lobsters a lot, just because they just get so annoying. They get a lot of attacks per round. They can do a decent amount of damage, especially when you're low level or you don't have that much defense. And they poison you as well. So if you run into a lot of lobsters, you have to constantly stop and get the poison off. So it gets very annoying fighting these things over and over. Like, there you go. They got 3 hits with 56 damage on a fighter. And that fighter has decent gear that he's wearing as well. Also poisoned him. It's now stopping, curing the poison for 2 of the characters. And then, because this is the NES version, you have to reshuffle everybody. Alright, but that's the last encounter that we're going to get before... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, one more encounter. The water encounter. So, I do have extra spells. So, we can use the Ice 2 on the waters here. Help out a bit, get us through this fight a little bit more quickly. And fighter with the defense sword takes out the second water elemental. Also pushes cure up to level 13. Now one more fight against Kraken. Burning up all the cure spells here so we don't have to dip into the heal potions as much as possible. Like to avoid using them. Yep. Alright, so Kraken has 8 attacks per round, which, you know, is an octopus. Of course he's going to have 8 attacks. He's got 8 arms. Gonna fast the fighters here, have them attack. You hope the fast goes off before the fighter actually attacks. In this case, both fighters went before the fast could go off. Kraken, 8 hits, 47 damage. That fighter's wearing the opal armor, so he's got a decent amount of absorb, so he's in pretty good shape there. Also gonna have the red mages contribute with some lit 2s there. Both fighters are fasted, so should be able to make quick work of the rest of this battle. Ink can apply dark to the characters, but that's one of the many things in this game which is broken, so it doesn't really do anything. Even if it does hit, it's supposed to make it harder for your characters to actually hit the enemy, but it just doesn't work, so... you can see doing some decent damage with the lit 2s, even more damage than the ice sword. That defense sword hit was actually really low, but it was enough between that and the previous hits and the lit 2s to be able to take out Kraken. So there you go, Kraken's done. So now we have 3 fiends done. You can hop in here. Generally, you're gonna come back into OnRack to revive one of your characters. Usually someone dies against Kraken. But besides that, you also have to pick up some houses to take you through the rest of the game. And I think some cabins as well. Yeah, I think some cabins. Just this will be the last time you actually pick up some of these save game items. Houses to get the spells back, which is why they're so expensive, and then the cabins to provide some healing, do some encounter skips, as well as actually save the game with your spells. You also did pick up a couple of the self potions, which are needed, which will be needed in Temple of Fiends. It doesn't hurt to have extra self potions. One of the encounters that we run into in Sky Castle actually can petrify you. So, and I think at that time only 2 of the characters will actually be. 2 of the characters are going to have the ribbons. Those will be the mages, and it's not likely that they're going to be able to petrify the warriors there, but it's definitely possible. So, bring another encounter, hopping onto the airship. And we're going to head down to Melmond, go chat with Dr. Un, and learn how to speak Lufanish. we have the Rosetta Stone. Or the slab, as it is in this game. And while we're here, I'm gonna hit the inn, get our spell charges back, and also gonna hit up the white magic shop to get Cure 3 and the life spell. Three on both the mages, and the life spell on both the mages. Alright, so now we're gonna head up to Lufania. We need one more item in order to progress the game, and that is the chime. Lufania has it, but in order to actually be able to talk to the Lufanians, we need to know their language, which is what Dr. Une has done. He's taught us how to speak Lufanish, and he's very excited about that. Along the way, we're going to take a few encounters here. Got the Tyros. Tyros have a decent amount of experience that they give. Still trying to get more experience, still trying to get our fighters, and the mages leveled up. Mages, we want basically as many spells as possible before we head into Temple of Fiends. And the fighters, just, you know, the more levels they have on them, the better. Give more HP and more, basically more damage with their melee attacks as well. So Tyros, Wyvern can show up in that fight. It's not always, it's not guaranteed to show up. Giant fight, can skip that. Don't really need to take giants now. Another Tyro battle here. Go fight some Tyros. Alright, now walking into Lufania. Gotta walk all the way around. You hope the NPCs running around don't get into your way. They often get into your way. Alright, that wasn't bad. Yeah, not bad either there. Alright, great. Yeah, sometimes when the NPCs can actually just basically block your path and then you're stuck there for a few seconds just trying to push them out of the way. Alright, so we got the chime, warp out. Now we're going to head back to the ship. Along the way, we are going to fight this battle. This is unrunnable because it has the zombies in it. So we have to fight this. There's only one zombie. Can be up to 4 zombies. And you can have trolls in this battle too. I forget the number of trolls. I think it's maybe 0 to 2. But this stage of the game, not really that difficult of a fight. The Fire 2 helps a lot, and the weapons that everybody has now doing a decent amount of damage on these enemies. So able to take that out pretty quickly. Gonna get another giant fight, run away from that, and then a Tyro fight. And the Wyvern might show up with the Tyro. so now we're into Mirage Tower. Do a couple dives in here. Still fighting enemies, still trying to get more levels. Get the Chimera fight here. This is after we've fought the vampires. We're gonna pick up this chest. Off to the left here, this is the Aegis shield. So this is a really valuable shield. Gives some really great protection. Let's go put that on the lead fighter there. And then we're gonna walk around, basically force another encounter. Walk past the walk near the robot. This is another vampire battle, so only a couple vampires. You kind of have up to 5 vampires here. You kind of want to do C5 right now because, you know, you just get the extra experience. Additionally, we're going to immediately warp out and regain our spells with the house. Anyway, so fighting some vampires there. Pretty good. This is a Saber T Medusa fight. I'm going to run away from that. Don't really want to fight this fight. That used the house, used the cabin, got our spell charges back. Now we're gonna head up. So again, before we get too far, there's some decent items that we can pick up here. Along the way, we are gonna continue to try to take some of the encounters. You know, as long as there's a decent amount of enemies in these encounters. This one has guards, give decent amount of experience, weak to lightning. So use some of the Lit 2 and the Zeus Gauntlet on these guys. Zeus Gauntlet help making quick work of that. Up for Cure, so that takes him up to level 14, which is good. Gonna get a vampire fight right here. Only a couple vampires. When there's only 2, probably not really worth taking. Like I said, there can be up to 5 in this formation. If there's 5, that's a pretty good fight. That would give a decent amount of experience. It's probably worth taking. When there's only 2, not really worth taking. Gonna head down, get another encounter with the guards. Only a couple guards. Again, when there's only 2, not really worth taking. Heading down, we're going to enter into this room here. Before we get in there, though, we got an encounter with the Catmans. These guys like to poison you. They have a poison touch. They also like to ambush you. So it's a very annoying battle. Three of his party members have been poisoned, so now he has to heal up the poison and then do a whole bunch of moving around to get everybody back in the right spot. Alright, it's not really that bad. Only have to swap the top fighter and the bottom mage, and then the middle fighter and mage. So up here we are picking up the dragon armor, and going up here and picking up the sun sword. So the sun sword is a bit of a improvement upon the ice sword that one of the fighters is still using. It's more or less the same as the whatchamacallit, the defense sword. And now we can move the ice sword down to the other red mage, or red wizard. Alright, so that done, we're gonna head up. Cerberuses, these guys can actually ambush you. They have a really high ambush rate, so when you're running this and you run into that battle, you're generally gonna be ambushed. Alright, up into the next room. We got one more fight with vampires. Again, only 2. Could use the experience though. Only level 17, I think. So the fight's not really that bad to take. Kind of quick. Able to make pretty good work of it. And that gets 2 of the characters up to level 18. Now we have to fight the Blue D. Blue D has some pretty heavy skills that the Blue D he can use. This can be an annoying fight, but between the Sun Sword and the Defense Sword, doing some really good damage on there. Able to take it out. And that gets Link up to level 18. Alright, so now on to the next floor. So now we're actually in Sky Castle. Gonna head south, go pick up the Bane Sword. You hope the Bane Sword procs against Tiamat, but that really depends on whether or not you're on like a PB pace. If you're not on a PB pace, then yeah, obviously you're gonna get like the first try Bane. If you are on a PB pace, then yeah, it doesn't matter how many chances you're gonna have to throw Bane at Tiamat. You're just never gonna hit her with it. Speaking from experience a bit there. Along the way, go continue to take some of these encounters. Nightmare, Evil Man. Nightmares are weak to ice, and you put the Evil Man. Have the fighters try to take out the Evil Man. Generally, the Ice 2 spells are going to be able to take out the Nightmares. Couple more chests that we're going to pick up. So one is... So we're going to get the third and final ribbon. Also a Nightmare Evil Man encounter. And we also get the Opal Shield. So the Opal Shield replaces the Ice Shield. And there's the ribbon. So this will replace the Silver Helmet. So now one of our fighters has a ribbon, and both of our mages do as well. So we warp out, bounce back onto this floor, and now we're going to head down into the lower left room, where we're going to pick up the adamant. So the adamant we're going to use to turn in the dwarf cave to get the Excalibur, and we'll use that to get through a lot of the fights in Temple of Fiends. One thing about this Nightmare Evil Man fight, you saw the spell that the Evil Man used there is X-Fur. So what that does, the spell itself isn't really that important, right? So the spell itself will just remove the element-specific defense that you have. So in other words, it's like if you have a ribbon on, it just removes the effects of the ribbon. So that way when you get hit with like like an Ice 2 or a Lit 2. Instead of being very strong against that, you'll be weak against that. But that spell's a little bit less important than what's next in his spell list, which is Nuke. And he can get the Nuke off, and if he does, you're not really in a good shape to be able to stand up to a Nuke there. So it's good to take that evil man out as quickly as you can. Make sure he doesn't get a chance to get a second spell off. Alright, so we've gotten through the those 2 floors. Now we're up to, this is a little maze floor. Although if you go 2 up, 2 right, that's where the next staircase is. So it's like a maze, but it's not really like a difficult maze. Whizvamp's here using, you saw him use A-Fire. It's kind of a weird thing with A-Fire where it's actually kind of broken. So instead of applying to all the characters, whichever Whizvamp actually casts A-Fire doesn't actually receive the effects of A-Fire. It's kind of weird thing about this game. One of the many broken things about this game. But, good experience. Still need levels. So we've gone over 2, now we're heading up 2. This will bring us to the next staircase and put us on the final path up to Tiamat. It's a preemptive, letting us run away, which is good. Heirs have a lot of HP. Don't really give that much experience, and they hit pretty hard. It's a really terrible fight to take, not really a fight you want to be taking there. Run into the nacho platter, run away from that. They can poison you. And another air battle here. Run away from that. And here we go. Get prepped up for the Tiamat fight. Burn through all the cures so we don't have to use up the heal potions. Move the Bane Sword around to one of the red wizards so they can use that. Fighters just going to go right into fighting, and the wizards are going to fast the fighters. Tiamat uses a lot of skills here, and they do a decent amount of damage, so I might switch to the heal staff with one of the red wizards to kind of help out a bit. And we definitely do need the fighters to be fasted here. So they didn't really do a lot of damage the first go round. Trying to get them as many attacks per round as possible. Hope we start getting in some crits. Really hope Cure is able to get the Bane Sword off. The first attempt did not work. Dropping a Lit 2, doing some damage there, contributing from the Red Wizard. Only 70 HP down on Tiamat. Big hit there with the 230. That helps a lot. Ineffective on the Bane Sword. Kind of surprised. I really expected a first try Bane. Getting some more crits in there, that's helping a bit. Alright, so Tiamat shouldn't really be lasting too much longer here. Done a decent amount of damage, gotten some decent crits off. And of course, now that the end is in sight for killing her by attacking her, then that's when the Bane Sword hits. So good job, she's turned into poison. That's why you really hope that main sword hits like early on. All right, so taking the Tyro battle here, got the bonus Wyvern. Still some more preparations that we're gonna do, but we are done all 4 fiends. We can go directly to Temple of Fiends and start the dive, but we don't really want to do that just yet. We gotta max out our heal potions again. We gotta pick up the Excalibur. And we're also going to do a little bit of a grind just to get some extra levels on the mages. Put them in a good spot to be able to get through Temple of Fiends there. And have enough spells as well. Hit up the inn. The final heal potion grind. This is really where you're using the spells to get the healing done. Like right before Tiamat and kind of throughout the past few dungeons has really helped a lot. So we shouldn't need to buy that many heal potions. If you're doing the world record route, generally you're going to come here and need like 50, 60 heal potions. So you think you might be on a good pace, and all of a sudden you realize that, like, oh no, I need to buy like actually 70 of these things, and just sitting here pressing the button to buy 70 heal potions, and all of a sudden your big lead over your PB just starts evaporating there. But yep, I'm gonna max out the heal potions. Get the Excalibur, move some of the weapons around. And we're going to do a quick dive into Temple of Fiends. So this first dive here is just to get pick up a bunch of fights, get some extra experience on the mages there. Then we'll go warp out, we'll go reset everything, and then do another dive. It also lets us put the encounters in the right spot as well. Routing Temple of Fiends is not simple. There's a lot of really bad encounters that you really want to avoid as much as possible. One of the big things is sorcerers. So we could have seen sorcerers in Ice Cave, but the way that the route through the Ice Cave is set up, you avoid all the sorcerers. And you could have seen them in Sky Castle, but the way the Sky Castle route is set up, you avoid them there. You really don't want to see the sorcerers because they have Death Touch. They're the only enemy in the game with Death Touch. And just if they hit you, they kill you, and that's it. So with that type of attack that you could be hit with, you really want to do your best to avoid that as much as possible. So you have the 3 dungeons there, the Ice Cave, Sky Castle, and Temple of Fiends, and really a lot of work in building a route goes into trying to figure out the best way to avoid running into sorcerers in those 3 dungeons. So by doing a quick dive, getting some extra experience, coming back out, and then doing another dive, that'll help us put the encounters in the right spot, and we'll actually be able to avoid the sorcerers. Can't avoid every bad encounter in Temple of Fiends, but that's just because there's a lot of really bad encounters in Temple of Fiends. There's a lot of unrunnable encounters, and even some of the ones that are runnable are just not the best either. So. Alright, so we turned in the Adamant, so we've received the Excalibur, so we're going to put the Excalibur on the fighter, move the defense sword up to the other fighter, and now we're going to walk out. one more quick flight over to Temple of Fiends, park right next to it. House up, cabin up. Hard reset. Before we even go down into Temple of Fiends, we got to burn off a few encounters here, so we're going to burn off like 3 encounters. Alright, that done. Into Temple of Fiends. Hopefully the bats don't get in our way. They left us a good path. We can hit the black orb there. Now we're heading down. So we're going to get into chimeras. Let's go fight these guys. Chimeras are weak to the ice spells, so dropping the ice 2s on them. Don't really have to worry about the spells right now. We're going to warp out before we head back in for the final dive. And when we warp out, we're going to use a house so we get the spells back right away. So in this dive, we're just going to do, we're going to use up as many of the spells as we can, really. Anything to get us through this little mini grind more quickly. So the chimeras have been taken out, gotten some pretty good experience there. Now we're going to bounce right next to the stairs here, forcing an encounter with worms. Worms are unrunnable, so these are the purple worms. They hit pretty hard, but they really do give a lot of experience. I think the encounter that gives the most experience in this game is on the Tiamat's floor, Temple of Fiends, and that's 4 worms. So you can see there, just 1 worm there gave each character over 1,000 experience. Forcing another battle, this could be another worm fight. This time we'll get 2. It is possible for one of the fighters to solo a worm. It's not very likely. Comes pretty close, though. Comes pretty close. So putting the one fighter with the Excalibur on the worm, have him take it out by himself, and just generally put all the other characters on the other worm. Still are trying to get through this fight as quickly as possible. Alright, so that's level 19 on one of the fighters and one of the red mages. So the other red mage is still at level 15, and the fighter is at level 18. Alright, so that's a good shape. Let's now warp out. There are some other fights that you can continue to take down there, but you really only do that if you need to. Encounters here. So these are some of the extra fights that you can take down on the lower floors if you need to, in order to get the mage up to level 19. So he's forcing the encounters here so he can burn them off. And now Alright, that was a zombie encounter, so that was the last one that we really needed to burn off, and now we do the dive. So now we're straight on to Chaos. Alright, so gonna run into Frosties here, gonna run away from these guys. They have a blizzard attack, which does a decent amount of damage, so you really hope that they you can run away before they get that off, or if they do get that off, that or if they do get in an attack, that they don't actually use that skill there. Force an encounter here for the Chimera Gemera. Hop down to the next floor. Gonna run into the Bad Man. Lots of Bad Mans. Run away from these guys. They can do a decent amount of damage, as that one got the crit on one of the red wizards. Definitely not the character that you want to see a crit on. Alright, so next fight is Phantom. Phantom can do... he does a lot of spells. Some of them can actually kill you. So he switches the ribbon around, puts the ribbon on the top fighter there, so that we're able to, make sure even if the Phantom does some spell or skill, that it's not really a big deal. At the same time, the Phantom can physically attack you and do a decent amount of damage, as that hit for 300 on Link shows. But, alright, able to make it through that fight. So, had to heal up a bit here, but, the fighters got some healing, the mages have healing. Not in terrible shape. You might notice the Phantom gives 1 experience and 1 gold. It's almost like a booby prize there, where the Phantom just really doesn't give you anything. And there you go, we've used the loot that we picked up about 3 hours and 40 minutes ago, 40 some minutes ago. We have finally used the loot. The only time that the loot is used in the game on purpose. Alright, so running away from that battle there. I'll make it to the next floor. This floor has worms on it. So I think this first fight is a single worm. Can be 2, only 1 here, which is good. Big crit from Link there, and 2 should be able to finish him off, and it does. So it was pretty good. Didn't get hit by the worm there. Link got a level up, so now he's level 19. The odd levels for the fighters actually give an extra strength point there. That, well, they get a strength point on every level up, but it's only every other level up that the strength point actually helps out a lot, so. Alright, Link there doesn't really have too much elemental protection, so the blizzard was able to take him out, but this is why we had the life spells. So, putting the, bringing the fighter back with the life spell. With life 1, he only has 1 HP. So now we gotta spend some time healing him back up. So why this is the marathon route, and why it's a safer route. When you're doing the world record route and you dive in here, you don't have that. So if one of your fighters dies, then that's it. You're basically done. Alright, so now we're on Lich's floor. First encounter here is Mud Gull. Can be Rock Gulls in here. They do have the poison touch attack, so they can hit you with that. So he was poisoned. Gonna move up before rearranging the characters and healing everybody. I'm gonna put the Bane Sword on one of the fighters. Gonna make sure that everybody is not poisoned. Gonna take off the ribbons. I think he might have taken a ribbon off one of the fighters. You might want to double check that. I think the red mage or the red wizard has a ribbon on as well. Yeah. Alright. The other red mage still has the ribbon on. Yeah, there you go. Alright. Now we're in good shape. Alright, so the reason why we arrange the characters like this and we take the ribbons off is that in this fight, the Gurmedusas have the ability to petrify you. And what we really want is for the two wizards, red wizards, to be petrified. The reason why we want them petrified is that we're going to get into a fight with Lich next. Lich has the ability to use, is it nuke or nuclear, one or the other, on his very first attack. That can do up to 400 damage. So our red wizards just do not have the HP to be able to survive that. So the fighters are okay. I mean, we can get them, they do have over 400 HP, so they're fine to actually get through Lich, as long as they're at full HP when we get into it. The red wizards, they're just not in a good spot to be able to survive that Lich battle. So the way this route works and the way the World Record route works is, you take your characters which you know are not going to survive the battle or a nuke or nuclear, whatever it is, with Lich, and you petrify them. So when they're petrified, you can use a Self Potion to heal them once the fight is over. And then before the fight, or during the fight, they are not going to be hit by the spell. So they'll be able to, I don't want to say live through the spell because technically they're petrified, but they'll be able to basically carry them through this battle with Lich that we're about to do. So 2 mages are petrified. And heal up. Before we head into the Lich battle. And here we go. You hope he even really doesn't do the thing. Yeah, nuke. Yeah, you hope he doesn't do it, but he did. So he got 382 damage on Link. So it has a max of 400 damage, so, again, you can see why we actually just petrified the red wizard there. Do not want either of the red wizards to be alive for that fight and be able to be damaged for that fight. The one wizard has a max HP of 321, the other one's like even less at like 250 or so. It's not really a good recipe for being able to get through that fight. But we were able to. And now we are on the fire floor. Ran into giant Agama, run into a couple Agamas here, run away from these. And then we're going to get into a fight with the fire elemental. We didn't see the fire elemental when we were in Gurgu Volcano, but they are unrunnable. So mages are still petrified. Just leave them there, petrified for a bit. And use the fighters to take out the fire elementals. Unfortunately, there are 4 here, which is kind of annoying. not getting too many crits on the fire elementals. But no worries. Alright, so if you head up to that staircase, that's where Carrie is. But before we do that, we're going to head down here. We're going to pick up a Pro Cape. Pro Cape is a slot for the shield on the wizards. And it gives 8 extra defense. So we're going to use this to kind of pad out the defense a bit for the wizards there. The mage characters in this game just do not have particularly good defense. It's just how the game works. So heal up. And then, so we got the Pro Cape on, we got the ribbon on. I'm gonna unpetrify one of the mages.
Hi there. I think I don't know. We're probably getting close to over the estimate and the buffer, so I don't know what anybody's in chat, any mods or what they want to do.
Right. So I think the estimate was 350.
Yeah. So I think we've been
Right.
under the max. Go ahead. The reset and plus. How close to the end are we? 10 minutes? I think something like that. Federico, I think.
Yeah. So we're about 10 minutes out. 2 more fiends to get through, and we also have to go dip down to pick up the Mazmune as well, and then the final fight with Chaos.
Yeah, it could be about 10.
So only a couple encounters on this floor. This is a Shark Big Eye encounter, which actually gives really good experience. Big Eyes give really good experience. All right, now we get into Kraken. So I'm gonna unpetrify everybody. I'm gonna heal everybody up to full. And we're gonna hope Kraken 2 doesn't tick us out right away. So everybody has the Ruse spell on. The Ruse spell makes it harder for Kraken to actually get a hit on us. We're going to take advantage of that by putting the Ruse spell up on the characters, make it harder for Kraken to hit us, and then get our fighters fasted and take him out. The one fighter does have the defense sword, so he just takes advantage of that. Really hope that everybody gets their Ruse or defense sword up before Kraken can actually do a physical attack there. Kraken starts off with Lit 2, which is pretty good. That's something that you'd like to see. We're going to start fighting, fasting the fighters. Really hope that that the fast spell goes off before the fighters do the attack, but alright, whatever. Oh, alright, not too bad. Ink follows up with Kraken follows up with the ink. So that's pretty good. That's what you'd like to see. Gonna have the red wizards continue to ruse themselves, make sure that they don't get hit, or do whatever you can to hope they don't get hit. So Kraken there did 5 hits for about 200 damage. And final hit in there. Took out Kraken 2. Especially in the world record route, this is basically the final boss. It feels like. Kraken 2 ends way more runs than Tiamat 2 or Chaos. Alright, but now we are on Tiamat's floor, so we are going to head down to the southeast. The southeast has the Mazmune, so we're going to go pick up the Mazmune. And this is the best weapon in the game. Everybody can actually equip this weapon, but we really need this in order to be able to take out Chaos especially. We're going to put it on one of the fighters, the other fighter will still have the Excalibur. Go too far though, there is one more unvulnerable encounter that we have to do, and it is the worms. So 2 has the Excalibur, so he'll be doing one worm by himself. You hope he's able to take it out. He didn't quite, but focus everybody else on the other worm, and should be able to take him out. It's a tough dungeon. There's a lot of really nasty encounters in here, and this is definitely one of them. It does give a lot of experience, though. He's able to get Cure up to level 16, gives him some extra HP. So now we're going to keep heading down. There's a couple air battles that we're going to run into. Air Elemental, the only elemental enemy that is actually runnable. So take advantage of that to run away from these guys. And there it is, the Mazmune. Alright, and because we have the warp spell, we can just warp back to the previous floor, rather than walking all the way back, which is good. And we're going to head over to fight Tiamat. Got one more encounter before then. Got a preemptive on it, which is pretty good. Heal potions doing okay. Still got like 27 heal potions, so between that and some of the cure spells that the red wizards have, not really too worried about the healing. Just kind of hope that Tiamat doesn't really do too many. Tiamat 2 doesn't hit us that hard. And hopefully we're able to take her out right away. So we do have 2 fighters, one with the Excalibur, the other with the Mazmune, so that's a big help. Starts out with the Thunder. The second Red Mage doesn't have the ribbon on, so it takes a little bit extra damage from the Thunder spell. Do have an extra fast there, so the remaining Red Wizard is able to get the second fighter fasted. This is the fighter with the Mazmune, able to get that off before the attack goes in. You can see the amount of damage that it does. 7 hits for almost over 500 damage. Tiamat 2 here only has 1100 health, so it's looking pretty good. And there we go. So now there's one more battle left. You have the life spell to bring back the 4th character. No encounters on this floor, which is good. Although for some reason in the Pixel remaster, they did put encounters on this floor, which is actually kind of annoying. It was a bit of a surprise for everybody who played it. Alright, so we got some heal spells, get our guys healed up, and get ready for the final battle. Alright, so 2 fighters have ribbons, and one of the red wizards has a ribbon. Alright. And moving the second red wizard up to the top position. That's the one that's most likely to be hit by a physical attack, and I mean, really, all that guy has to do is just get a fast spell off. That's basically it. After that, he's free to die. So Chaos has 2,000 HP, starting out with 61, which is not great. Was able to get the fast spell off before the crack killed him. And the other fighter 6 hits for 150. Alright, so now we got both fast spells off, and here we go. Now it just kind of becomes a damage race. You can see Chaos doing Ice 3 there. You actually don't really want to see the spells. His 4th spell is Cure 4, which gives him a full heal. So you don't really want to see that. Like to see a little bit more damage out of some of the hits from the fighters here, but yeah, everyone's still alive. Decent HP. 7 hits for 382. That was a pretty good hit. Got a couple, did another 200 damage there. And there we go. Is that the red wizard that took it out? I think that was the red wizard that took him out. Nice. Yeah, 3 hits, 53. And red wizard puts him over the top, takes out Chaos. Alright, so good job, Kain. Good work. A very scary fight at the end, and you really hope that Chaos doesn't burn through his spells, because the 4th one is Cure 4, which gives him the full revive, and you don't really want to see that, so yeah, there you go.
Well, I mean, I was just like, what happened in Sea Shrine was I totally forgot that. Who was it? Cure. He died really fast in Burgu Volcano, so he never got level 11, so he didn't get, and I didn't realize that. And he had the warp spell. I figured it was way faster and safer to just retrace my steps rather than just, you know, try to hope for the best and then run into a bunch of ghosts and then die anyway, and then just be screwed. So even with that, and then I mean, you know, it was actually a really good run, except for that little, you know, Sea Shrine snafu in the beginning. Everything else in the run was actually pretty solid. Got a million.
You had some really good fights against the Fiends. The Lich 1 fight went really well. That was about as well as that could have gone. And the Eye fight was great. You were just able to get through the Eye very quickly there. And even in the Temple of Fiends refights there, not really too many problems there.
And again, I apologize for the beginning. So it is like a tricky little route at the beginning, believe it or not. And I was just missed it. But I mean, the rest of it was fine. I mean, I remember the rest of my step route was pretty perfect. I mean, I took a couple extra steps, but I for the most part stayed on route pretty well.
Yeah, the beginning part is a little tricky with all the weird safe squares in outside of Canaria, but you were able to get through it and able to take out Chaos.
And more credit to you to be able to just sit there by yourself and talk for 4 hours about you know, whatever. I'm just glad you're able to fill the time with great calm. So I really appreciate it.
No worries, man. My pleasure.
I guess
I really love this game and love talking about it. So
appreciate the thank you. All right, well, I guess we'll pass it off now because we're over time. I apologize about that, but thanks everyone. Please donate.